order for the afternoon of June 28th, 2022. Tony, will you please call roll?
Jimenez?
Present.
Morales?
Here.
Cohen?
Here.
Carrasco? Here. Davis?
Here.
Esparza?
Here.
Arenas?
Here.
Foley?
Sorry.
Mayhem?
Here.
Jones?
Present.
Licardo?
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you're able to stand, please join us as we pledge allegiance. All right, today's invocation will be provided by the members of the San Jose Fire Departments, Engine 8 C-Shift crew members, part of the Bureau of EMS and Training and Bureau of Field Operations. I hope I got all that right. Councilmember Davis will tell us more.
Thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon. I have done something a little bit different for today's invocation and invited members of San Jose Fire Department today to the meeting and asked them to demonstrate life-saving equipment that is now available on all frontline fire engines, trucks, and rescue medics across the city of San Jose. I became aware of the need for these devices a few years ago and began to request funding for them in budget documents. After 2 years of requests, the full funding in the third year for all fire engines, trucks, and rescue medics in all stations was awarded. The Lucas 3 mechanical chest compression devices are intended to be deployed when responding to cardiac arrest events to provide uninterrupted chest compressions, greatly enhancing a cardiac patient's chance of survival. 3 recently published medical studies indicate survival rate from cardiac arrest could increase by 11% through the deployment of these kinds of devices. San Jose Fire Department responds to more than 1,000 cardiac arrest events every year, and the recent deployment of Lucas devices to all frontline apparatus has the potential to result in approximately 120 additional cardiac survivors each year in the city of San Jose. Please join me in welcoming the San Jose Fire Department's Bureau of EMS and Training Battalion Chief Patrick Chung, Fire Captain Kevin Stidham, Fire Captain Dennis Bell, and from the Bureau of Field of Operations Engine 8 C-Shift crew members, Fire Captain Ryan West, Fire Engineer Christopher Berger, Firefighter and Paramedic Pablo Polidoro, Firefighter Brandon Van Valer. Thank you for coming today, gentlemen.
Ma'am. Unresponsive. Not breathing, no pulse, starting CPR. 2 minutes of CPR initiated.
Which one? This one? Good afternoon, everybody. Currently in Santa Clara County, we do high-performance CPR. This is a very effective method of doing CPR where every crew member has a position that they're responsible for, and the other crew members also know what their positions are when they need to rotate. Recently, we went to a seminar in Seattle where we learned pit crew CPR. Just like when you think of NASCAR or Formula One racing, it takes effective CPR and makes it efficient CPR. This has a better chance of survivability for the patient that's in a shockable rhythm. So what we've started doing recently is we've started with few interruptions while doing CPR. Science shows that early CPR can increase your chance of survival in a shockable rhythm. Anytime that you are not doing CPR for a maximum of 3 seconds, it'll take you approximately 18 seconds to build that pressure back up in your chest. You need that pressure and you need the flow of the chemicals inside your heart to survive when you have a shockable rhythm. So we're doing high performance CPR for 2 minutes. The EMTs are also starting to own the call. This allows the paramedics to stand back and assess maybe a little bit greater detail of what they're going to do. as far as medications, maybe what's caused the patient to go into cardiac arrest. And then that lets them start to think. As you can see, this is a very quiet scene. Everybody knows what they're supposed to be doing. It's a very controlled atmosphere. And the captain's now speaking to him, telling him we're almost done with with this cycle of CPR. The other thing that we found is that for survivability of CPR, and you can see how fast those individuals just switched out. There was very limited interruption in this. He's going to continue doing CPR to get the full 30 seconds, to get the or full 30 compressions.
The patient, jockey, CPR.
Right back on the patient like that. Okay, very limited interruptions. For every 1 minute of downtime without CPR, you have a 10% less chance of survival. So that would mean if you had 4 minutes of downtime with no CPR being performed, you only have a 60% survival rate. Another great tool that we have, like Councilmember Dev Davis was saying, is that we now have the Lucas devices on all of our apparatus. The Lucas device is so instrumental for us because in the past, you weren't able to do high compression CPR, maybe as you're carrying the patient out of the house or over couches or up an embankment. Now this allows us to actually do quality, Chris, if you could step out of the way real quick. This allows us to do quality compressions while we're moving the patient. The other big advantage to having the Lucas device is that we're able to transport in the back of the ambulance and we're able to be seatbelted. In the past, we've been driving down the road, code 3, with lights and sirens, and we were not secured just so that we could do quality compressions. This really frees us up to be seatbelted and work on other tasks. Okay? And you can see in the meantime, the paramedics are also getting all their supplies ready. And they're getting their IVs ready, intubation. All right? And again, we're concentrating on the compressions of CPR. We'll stop at the next 2 minutes. Currently in our fire department right now, as part of our seldom used skills, we are teaching this, and we're teaching the enhanced methods of actually putting on the Lucas device. And you can see again how calm and collected this scene is and allows them to do a better job and think more clearly. In the past, we've waited to do CPR while it was charging. Now we're working right through that. Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you, guys. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Great job. Also, one other thing I wanted to add is that this is the Engine 8 crew there at 17th and Santa Clara. They are our 4th busiest engine company in the city. We also have the opportunity, Firefighter Pablo is an accreditor, and Firefighter Van Dalen is actually a new hire, and he's actually doing his accreditation rides right now. Engine 8 does serve City Hall and serves the campus behind us as well. So thank you, guys.
Thanks, gentlemen. We appreciate all that you do, and I think today we're actually going to be voting on a measure that's going to help keep Station 8 from falling into the creek. So believe me, we're trying to keep you going. Thank you. And thank you, Councilmember Davis. All right, we'll go to a few ceremonial items before we move on with our agenda. First, Councilmember Carrasco, we will be recognizing and proclaiming Adopt a Cat Month.
Good afternoon. I'm so glad to have you here today. And thank you for joining me as we proclaim June as National Adopt a Cat Month. We recognize Adopt a Cat Month to promote adoptions over shopping for cats and kittens, as well as shine a light on the pressures currently felt by our awesome veterinary staff and volunteers. As we heard during the budget setting process, our city is facing a feral cat crisis, and our shelters are currently overflowing with sweet little kittens, as well as dogs and birds and bears and lions, oh my, who are in desperate need of loving homes. We heard that our veterinarian staff is overworked, that our volunteers lack resources, and because of it, our city is feeling the effects of this crisis. That's where you can make a difference and help our dedicated shelter staff and volunteers by adopting a cat, donating your time, treasures, or your talent. Now, I know that there may be some hesitancy to adopt a cat, especially if you believe that you are strictly a dog lover. But let me tell you that cats have a ton of personality. And for those of you who think you're a dog lover, give it a try. I thought I was a dog lover. I have a couple of dogs myself until little Sushi came into our lives and changed everything. So Sushi, is Sushi up there? Henry, Sushi, where's Sushi? I want to show Sushi. You'll fall in love with Sushi. I know. Sushi walked into our lives, walked right into our backyard, and our lives have never been the same. Cats are magnificent. They're magical. They really are. He's enriched our lives and that of my children in so many magical ways. I couldn't even begin to count the ways. I think that's a poem. It's important to adopt and not shop because it saves already existing animals in desperate need of new and loving families. And when you adopt a cat, you're actually saving 2 lives. That of the kitty cat that you adopt and the one that you just made room for to receive essential services at the shelter. I also want to let all of you know that you can currently adopt a cat from our city shelter for free. Mayor, I like that price tag. It doesn't cost you a penny if you go shopping at the shelter and get a kitty today. So it's with great joy, with great respect, that I present this proclamation to both Dinah Hasey and Kate Amber, my apologies if I mispronounce, and the Community Cats Working Group. It was organized in May of 2021. The Community Cats Working Group is focused on removing obstacles to spay and neuter for cats, increasing resources, education and outreach, and strengthening the partnership with the City of San Jose and San Jose Animal Care and Services Department, as well as veterinarians, nonprofits, and others who recognize the importance of this service. Their members include volunteers from local animal rescue organizations, including Bay Area Cats, the Dancing Cats, Gatos de la Noche, and St. Francis Animal Protection Society. And how great to be joined today by Kate Amber, who began also volunteering at the San Jose shelter last year, helping in the kitten hut, where orphan kittens are cared for by shelter staff and volunteers, and taking home unweaned kittens that require around-the-clock care and feeding. I've done that a couple of times in my own home. As an overnighting volunteer, Kate became aware of the high volume of kittens that come into the shelter during kitten season. By the way, we are in it now, and began to look for solutions such as community outreach and education. Kate expanded her skill set from bottle feeding baby kittens to learning how to trap community cats for spay and neuter, working in the community to address the problem as the source. And this past weekend, Kate helped this shelter get 25 kittens, possibly even more, to fix them so they can now go up for adoptions through the shelter. Both Kate and Dinah have been incredibly helpful in helping solve our kitty cat problem at Capitol Park in my district, District 5, best district in the city, where you can currently find litters of kittens running through our community room. You'll find beautiful kittens there that deserve the chance of finding a forever home. If you like to be part of the solution, there are easy steps that you can take. Adopt. Do not shop. Donate your time, your treasure, or your talent to your local shelter. Help trap, neuter, and release local cats. And most importantly, spay and neuter your own cats, especially if they like to roam outdoors. To say that we are grateful for Kate and Dinah's work of the Community Cats Working Group is an understatement. Thank you so much for all of the work that you do. Our residents, our Public Works Department, our veterinary staff, we all thank you dearly for your dedication to this work. I myself am very grateful. I'm taking care of a colony of cats. They come knocking at my door. I can't say no. Thank you to Sushi, Baby Sushi, Cheeto, Mr. Man, and Mama, and Little Mama. Mayor.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to be here and speak about Adopt a Cat Month. On behalf of the Community Cats Working Group, I want to specifically thank our mayor and city council and council member Carrasco for recognizing the importance of adoption in animal welfare and for their continuing support of our local animal shelter during this challenging time. And I appreciate the progress that's being made, truly, truly. I see it. I was at the shelter today. I'm seeing it. At this time, our shelter is 200 animals over max capacity of 400, with 75% of those being kittens and cats as a result of lack of access to spay and neuter services. And rescues, in addition to the shelter, are already stretched beyond capacity. Now is the time for the community to make a difference in the lives of these animals by adopting from our local rescue groups and shelters. If you can't adopt, consider fostering a kitten or two temporarily. You will literally be saving lives. And to those in this chamber, we would ask that you please help remove barriers to adoption by supporting pet-friendly housing policies that expand the number of homes available to those who want to adopt. In closing, I'd also like to recognize Dinah Hayes, standing here with me, for her persistence and resourcefulness in advocating for our cause, as well as the other members of the Community Cats Working Group, Bay Area Cats, the Dancing Cat, Gatos de la Noche, and St. Francis Animal Protection Society. Again, thank you for the support and recognition of Adopt a Cat Month. The animals, the rescues, the shelter staff and volunteers, we are counting on the community as a lifeline to decrease pet overpopulation. Thank you.
Have a great day. All right, I understand Councilmember Mahan's under the weather, but have no fear. He's with us remotely, and I think he's proclaiming Park and Recreation Month.
Yes.
And do we have, I think, I see Neil. Welcome. All right. Councilmember Mahan, take it away.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, everyone. As you may know, July is National Parks and Recreation Month and a fantastic time to get outside, recreate, and enjoy our many parks, trails, swimming pools, and community centers that empower our residents to socialize, exercise, connect with nature, and lead healthier and happier lives. We want to take this moment to particularly recognize and thank our Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services, PRNS staff, for all that they do, which in truth, as many of us know, has been a lot more than they normally do over the course of the last 2 years, as we have collectively dealt with a global pandemic during which many members of our PRNS staff have provided critical life-saving services to our community, from food distribution on an unprecedented scale to staffing vaccination sites. And in addition to their heroic pandemic response, PRNS staff, of course, also do many other critical things here in our city for our community. They maintain one of the nation's largest urban trail networks, from the Los Alamitos Creek Trail down here in District 10 at one end of the city to those in the foothills of District 4 at the other. San Jose's more than 60 miles of trails offer wonderful opportunities to exercise, socialize, and appreciate the natural beauty around us. PRNS staff also manage over 200 city parks, many of which are connected by those same trails. Our parks provide space to relax, exercise, gather with family and friends, as well as venues for celebrating important life events, enjoying music festivals, and countless other kinds of gatherings and activities. Last but not least, PRNS delivers over 30 programs and services that bring families together, strengthen communities, and increase cultural awareness and respect, including educational programming that offers our young people a safe and productive learning environment after school and during summers, instructional programs for seniors, including a computer skills class that my father could have so benefited from. He was a little technologically challenged, we'll just say, to swimming lessons that keep kids safe and offer them more ways to have fun and stay healthy, and multicultural events and fairs that share the history, customs, cuisines, and incredibly rich cultural diversity that we are so proud to be home to here in San Jose. For all of these reasons and many, many more, I am excited today to ask Mayor Liccardo to present representatives from PRNS with a council proclamation declaring next month National Parks and Recreation Month here in San Jose. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Neil Rafinham, the Assistant Director for Park and Rec, and I'm really honored to represent the department and this wonderful staff who is standing here behind me, as well as the thousands of other staff that we have out in the field today. Super proud to be a part of a department that really strives to look, sound, and feel like the residents of San Jose. And so thank you, Mayor, Councilmember Mahan, and the rest of the council. We do have a quick video that we'd like to show that really represents us as a department and who we are and what we have been doing for the community for these past few years.
+200 parks,
50 community centers,
61 plus miles of trails.
Welcome to the city of San Jose.
Our mission is to connect people through parks, recreation, and neighborhood services for an active San Jose.
We hope to achieve this through our guiding principles: stewardship, nature, equity and access, identity, and public life.
Our parents will go above and beyond their challenges and leave an everlasting impact on our community.
We work tirelessly to ensure these spaces can be used and enjoyed by everyone. The park rangers, groundskeepers, and volunteers help create safe spaces for the community to use and enjoy.
Here at the City of San Jose, we believe in growth. With new programs, locations, and approaches, we have added to the quality of life that we provide our community.
Beyond the amenities we plan to bring, we strive to strengthen and revitalize what we already have to offer.
We are proud to serve our community 365 days a year. Our work is achieving great results, and as we look to the future, we can accomplish even more as we work together with our community.
We are a people-first department. Despite the challenges, we are passionate about our vision, creating healthy communities that inspire belonging. Our people, places, services, and connections are essential to the city of San Jose. We are PRNS, and we are here to serve you.
All right, thank you to our PRNS team. Finally, we have some volunteers we want to recognize and commend from the Berryessa Arts Festival Committee. Councilmember Cohen.
Give the volunteers a minute to come up here. Thank you, Mayor. The Berryessa Arts Festival has been a highlight of the year in the Berryessa community since its inception nearly 5 decades ago. Usually takes place on the Saturday of Mother's Day weekend and brings community vendors, entertainment, service provider booths, food, and drink. All Berryessans know to expect the event and look forward to attending it every year and buy their Mother's Day gifts there. It's now the largest art and wine festival in the city of San Jose. Few people really can understand the amount of work that goes into putting together this outstanding event. So today I want to recognize the committee, the Berryessa Arts Committee. Some of their members are here today. They worked tirelessly for months leading up to the event to make sure everything goes smoothly on the day of the event. They worked to secure all the permits needed from the city, the state, and the county. They plan the entertainment schedule, make sure there are enough performers to fill the day. They make sure there are plenty of vendors and service providers, and they collaborate with city staff to make sure Penitentiary Creek Park will be ready to receive thousands of visitors on the day of the festival. They mark the spaces, fill in the ground squirrel holes, put up signs, and build the performance stage. This year, the Berryessa Arts Festival Committee included community members, Berryessa School District employees, and city staff. Besides being a great event that entices the community to come to the park and enjoy a day of food, entertainment, and vendors, the Arts Festival is also the biggest fundraiser for the Berryessa School District. All proceeds go to the Berryessa schools to support their outstanding music program, which starts in 3rd grade in Berryessa schools. This year, I think they raised about $12,000 that was donated to the school district. The festival was extra special this year because it was the first one to be held in 3 years. It had been held continuously for 45 straight years since 1975, but because of the pandemic, the festival was canceled in 2020 and 2021. I was out there on May 7th this year and could see the joy in the faces of the community members as they again had the opportunity to shop, interact with their neighbors, enjoy live entertainment, have lunch, and of course, drink wine. That's why I'm honored to present this commendation today to the Berryessa Festival Committee, represented by their chair, Frank Kinsilla. They're a dedicated group of volunteers who made this event a success, and I'll let Frank introduce everybody else and say a few words.
Thank you, Councilmember David Cohen. I'd like to take this opportunity, first of all, not to thank just the volunteers, but also to thank our mayor and the whole city staff that really supported us this year. Our Councilmember David Cohen really still beside us, and his staff was really excellent too in supporting us. But along with that, the volunteers that come along will be the school district that we support with the fundraising. But one person is here today representing the school district, which is our superintendent for, not superintendent, sorry, principal for the Prima Middle, Mr. Mr. Mosley, and young lady who are taking a video, Wendy Chen. She also comes at, every year to support us. To, she usually works in a ticket booth selling tickets. People can go get the wine. But all I want to really say is that without this city support or the sponsorship and support and the volunteers, we could not put this festival together. Need one person to lead. It's happened to be me at this time, but most of all, overall, I need the volunteers to make it happen. And I'm grateful for the city, Mr. Cohen, all the support that he's given us. Again, his staff and all the volunteers that come and support us. So thank you very much for everything that you guys do for us. I appreciate it. And I receive this proclamation on behalf of the Berryessa Art and Wine Festival. Mindy, you need to come over here and take a picture with us. Hey, you're part of the volunteer team, so you need to be here. Thank you.
All right, on orders of the day, staff is requesting deferral of item 10.2, plan development permit on Barack Obama Boulevard to the August 9th agenda. Councilmember Jimenez would like to adjourn this meeting in memory of Fernando Perez Lopez. Are there any other changes to orders of the day? Okay, I'm actually just pulling up Zoom, so I'm going to check with Tony.
I have no council hands up.
Okay. Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, I'm ready, Mayor, if you're ready to let me go.
Sure.
All right, thank you. Well, first, let me just apologize for not being there in person, as I've been a little sick. So apologies to the families and everyone else, but really, it is my honor to present today's adjournment in memory of a committed public servant, inspiring community advocate, and a loving husband and father, who is Fernando Perez Lopez. Joining us today, and if you all can stand as I say your name, I think many of you are in the audience. Joining us today and remembering Fernando's legacy is his wife, Marta Naranjo Bernabe, daughter, Paloma Lopez, son, Fernando Lopez, brother, Miguel Lopez, father, Manuel Lopez, and mother, Alicia Lopez. And I believe that there's also likely some members of the code enforcement team out in the audience as well. And can't see everyone, but I'm sure that they're there. Now, Fernando worked at the city of San Jose for 24 years, spending most of his career as part of the mayor's gang prevention task force before moving to code enforcement in 2016. He was a committed code inspector too until his last day with the city on January 28, 2022. Fernando was part of the general code program, responding to requests for service predominantly in District 2 and 10 for code issues involving blight, substandard housing, zoning, building, solid waste, and other issues. Fernando resolved an 826 code enforcement cases during his tenure with the code enforcement, including a notoriously complicated hoarding case in District 2, where he worked with my team on. And he did that tirelessly for many years, dealing with that situation. Fernando was a kind-hearted person who brought his heart and soul to his work, colleagues, friendships, family, and obviously the community he served. He had a wonderful spirit that brought positivity, fun, camaraderie to the code enforcement team. And I'm also told by his colleagues that he was always the first to volunteer to cook for the many code division barbecues and the PBCE department picnics. He was known for his chile verde and homemade beans. Fernando was great at his job, and he was even better at loving and caring for his family. He was proud of his wife and children and always inspired them to dream big and be better. He loved his wife Marta and children Paloma and Fernando dearly. He enjoyed taking them on family trips to San Diego, Tahoe, Las Vegas, and Mexico. As they traveled together, he would always say that he had precious cargo with him, which I'm sure is the truth. Fernando and his brother Miguel were very close, and spent many years attending Raider games, bonding over food, football, and of course, life. Fernando adored his parents, Manuel and Alicia. His father was his role model, and from him, he learned to be a great dad to his own children. Fernando's smile and charisma lit up the room wherever he went. He was a committed public servant who put others before himself and lived selflessly to improve his community and protect his family. Fernando's heart of gold will be sincerely missed. He will forever be remembered as a loving father and husband, loyal Raider fan, joyful friend, and a strong community advocate. And I'm sure that the folks at the city join his family in saying that we will miss him dearly. And that's all. But thank you all for being there. And again, apologies I couldn't be there. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Jimenez. Appreciate very much your words. And to the family of Fernando, thank you for joining us. I had an opportunity to get to know Fernando Lopez many years ago when he was part of PRNS on doing gang prevention work, and he was just so passionate about supporting our youth and reaching out to kids who are at risk and about community building. And I remember that so distinctive. I love that photo of him smiling. His smile was so distinctive, and it was a pleasure to be around Fernando, just knowing how passionate he was about serving the community. So please know that our hearts go out to you and to all the friends and coworkers he left behind. Thank you. All right. We'll now take a vote on orders of the day.
You need a motion?
I'll move to approve orders of the day.
Second.
Thank you.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Cohen, Carrasco,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Lucardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. And to clarify with the maker of the motion, that did include the deferral that was mentioned. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. On the closed session report, Nora.
Thank you, Mayor. We do not have a report out of closed session today.
On the consent calendar, are there items that the council would like to pull from consent?
Mayor, this is Sergio. I'd like to pull 211.
Okay. 211.
Mayor, 2.22.
Okay. 222. And 2.9. All right. Other items to be pulled. I'm not seeing any hands from my colleagues on Zoom. And I'm not seeing here on the screen any hands either. So let's go first to 2.9, and that is boards and commission appointments. Councilmember Carrasco.
Yes, thank you. I'm glad to see some of the folks that I've appointed, and I just wanted to congratulate Jonathan Borca and Luis Barocio. Jonathan Borca will be appointed to the Arts Commission, Luis Barocio to the Planning Commission. I want to just give them a shout out and congratulate them. They will represent District 5 beautifully. Thank you.
All right, thank you. On public comment, let me ask if any of the folks who have their hands raised would like to speak specifically to item 2.9. Tony?
Okay, both hands went down.
Okay. Feel free to raise them again when we're ready. Item 2.11 is the extension of hiring incentive referral program for city employees. This is Councilor Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you. And I didn't tell staff I was going to pull this, so my apologies. But yeah, it just this item goes into detail as far as continuing the extension of the $500 to $1,500 incentive referral program payment. What I'm curious about is it doesn't talk much about how effective it's been, and I'm curious if there's anyone, whether it be either Jennifer, can touch on just how effective the program has been, and whether we've seen an increase in referrals from staff given the increase that we've done. And Mayor, well, actually, I see you're approaching. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, Jennifer's here.
Hi, Jennifer Shembry, Director of Employee Relations and Human Resources. Thank you for the question. We actually have not seen a very significant increase in the number of referrals from 500 to 1,500. What we have heard anecdotally is that a lot of the city employees are not aware of this program, despite us doing a good advertising campaign when we increased it to 1,500. So I did speak to the City Manager's Office of Communications yesterday about trying to do something a little bit more creative to get the word out this time.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I guess you answered the other question I was going to ask is what we intend to do differently, but it seems like you're approaching that. So thank you for that. Appreciate it, and I'll move approval of this. Thank you.
All right. Second. Let me ask you to, if you might, Councilmember Jimenez, we might come back to you and ask you to include in that motion some other motions as well.
Yeah, that sounds fine.
Before we vote on that, I'll just suspend the vote and let's move forward. Unless there are other questions on this item, let's go to public comment specifically on 211.
Blair Beekman. Sorry, that's my fault. I didn't click allow to talk.
Yeah, hi, thank you. Blair Beekman here, sitting at the BART station. Sorry about that. Just to quickly ask, helpful reminder, after this item, I hope you can make sure to ask for public comment for remainder of consent calendar items. Just a friendly reminder of that. Thank you.
Back to council.
All right, thank you. Let's move forward to 2.22, which is a resolution establishing speed limits. I believe this is Councilmember Carrasco.
Thank you. If someone could speak to this resolution, in identifying these streets, Evergreen Village Square, Almaden Avenue, Jackson Street, Post Street, and Santa Clara Street, as well as Willow Street, could you help me understand how these were chosen versus others?
Yeah, Councilmember John Rizzo, Director of Transportation. So that portion of the memo that describes those streets being selected for 20 miles an hour are a result of new legislation that was passed last year, AB 43, that allows cities to actually select these lower volume specific streets that are in business areas. So in the memo, we do go into the meeting the criteria that AB 43 presents. So that's why we've selected these. There's not a lot of streets in the city that meet that criteria, so these are the ones that we want to try first. So it's meeting criteria of AB 43. We want to apply that 20-mile-an-hour speed limit to these business areas to see how that works, and that was how they're selected.
Yeah, thank you. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is, as you know, in District 5, we've had, especially just recently, some devastating accidents. In fact, I just went by a horrible accident on Story Road. You know, there's a lot of measures that we're putting in place, and you know, I thank your department for helping on some of those efforts. I'm just baffled by what I'm still seeing. I don't know how to stop them unless we just go out there and actually, you know, put up stop signs manually. I don't know what people are doing nowadays. And then of course we had the hit and run where we lost 2 of our women in the district who were just walking in the crosswalk. Yeah,
on a call.
And so slowing people down, even though some people are not going to be happy with it, and I get it, but this is now costing people's lives. And but one of the complaints that we've had along the Alum Rock corridor, which is the business district, is that people are just zooming through, and it's making it very difficult for businesses to for customers to come out of the driveways as they're exiting the businesses. Some of them are feeling really rushed as they're going into the driveways, and they feel like folks are, you know, piling up behind them. I think the speed limit there is 35 to 40. And then we do have a concentration of senior homes right up on Alum Rock as well as a senior citizen. So I don't know if that would check off.
Yeah, unfortunately, those segments of roadway or roadways that you're describing do not qualify under AB 43, but I can assure you what we do on a regular basis is we are continually looking at all segments of roadways, you know, the arterial and the more business districts, to see if we can modify speed limits to bring them down. We have to go through a process for that as well. It's more extensive. We have to do quite a bit of surveys, analysis of speed and volume of those roadways, but then when we can, we do try to reduce that speed limit.
Yeah.
Bring in also physical changes to the roadway, because if we are going to make those physical changes, the speed limits are going to stay the same as, 85th percentile of most of the drivers are just going to drive according to what they feel comfortable with. So when we're doing either a paving work or we're doing modifications to the road, we're also looking at seeing if we can bring some of those speed limits down.
And why would Alum Rock not qualify?
It doesn't qualify under AB 43. It's just, it doesn't meet what they were looking for under that, which was really a more really localized road with a business district that meets that criteria that's in that bill. And if you look at the chart that we had in there that looks at the criteria that AB 43 allows, roadways like Alum Rock wouldn't qualify.
Is that because it's
It's higher volume, higher speed right now. So and the surrounding area it doesn't qualify for that. So
okay?
Maybe in the future. But
And I guess it's a conversation we'll have offline. But I wanted to be able to point that out. And of course, there's some other areas in the district where I'm very concerned. Just because they're speeding through, and I think that there's a lot of activity that's really starting to ramp up. But okay, thank you so much.
All right,
Thank you for
we'll
that.
keep looking at
Mhm.
for those kind of segments to see if more of these roadways can qualify.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on or questions on 2.22? All right, I'm not seeing any council. Let's go to the public. Again, 2.22 has to do with the resolution establishing speed limits. Are there any comments from members of the public? Tony?
Blair Beekman.
Good luck on this issue. Hi, Blair Beekman here. I guess there's a number of issues that we're trying to reconsider idea of good civic practices. Just good luck how, as a community effort, we can talk to ourselves in working towards our better community selves. It takes a lot of effort. We're kind of entering a new era of how to talk about these issues. I think COVID did not help things. I think we were on an interesting, good track, pre-2020. Good luck how we can be returning to that way of thinking, how we were thinking at that time, 2018 and 2019, and what we were trying to develop and moving towards a future of positive sustainability, basically, and better community dialogue, open democracy. Good luck. If we work on those things, I think we can all address the limit issues and crime issues together in our future. Thank you.
Alex Shore.
Good afternoon, Council. This is Alex Shore, Executive Director, Catalyze SV. Tony, is it an appropriate time to talk about the Planning Commission and comment on that?
Not yet. We're going to go to full consent calendar comment right in a second.
Okay, I'm happy to wait. Thanks.
Okay.
We'll come right back, Alex. Okay. Are those all the members of the public?
Yes, for that item.
Okay, let's go to all the items then on consent. Alex, you got your hand up first.
Thanks, Mayor Liccardo, always trying to follow the right process. Obviously, some very qualified planning commissioners will presumably be approved today by the council, including some incumbents with some great experience.
I just was kind of struck, and I don't know if the council's been checking in with Tony or on your own recruitment efforts, but we've seen a ton of candidates in the past. And I was just kind of surprised by the lower amount this time. I think it may have given the council a little bit less choice. And I think as we're trying to build up planning commissioners with the diversity that represents our full city, B, the understanding of planning issues, and C, the understanding of the city's goals with respect to sustainable urban planning, I think we want to continue to see a broader and greater number of applicants. So I don't know if council has had that discussion amongst itself in Brown Axe or with Tony, but I just would love to daylight that a little bit more and wonder if there's a council member who would be open to daylighting that discussion through questions in council or at a future meeting. Thanks so much.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. I wanted to comment on the this BART station. I wanted to quickly try to offer that okay, the BART thing's ended. I wanted to quickly comment that you're doing your ordinance stuff today, ordinance that would be passed that include military use issues. And I just wanted to remind ourselves that, 8 years ago, we were still kind of in an era of the military and warfare, and we were basing our decisions based on military and warfare, and the public couldn't talk to the government based on military and warfare. We've worked a lot to change that in the past 8 years, and I just wanted to thank yourselves for that, for those efforts, and to notice that we are doing that sort of work at this time in our lives, and that we can continue that work and really look at what that work is about and what it's doing. And that's the open public policies with data collection and technology for our future. That's the ideas of reimagine. It's the ideas of racial equity, basically. It's really important stuff. We really have a way to work towards peace in our future that through open democracy that I think we really have to explore and really work towards and continue to work towards. That's how we get out of this era of COVID, basically, and work towards a positive sustainability and continue that path. I think can address a number of issues, including the war in Ukraine right now. With that all said, that you're approving the continuation of Zoom meetings until the end of July, I hope you can keep Zoom meetings up. I think they do an important service, and hopefully we can talk about that some more. Thank you.
Vicky. Vicky. Okay, I'm going to move on to David. David Polanco. Okay, I'm going to move on to Catherine Hedges.
Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Hedges. I'm a registered voter in District 3. And I just wanted to echo what Blair Beekman was saying about having hybrid meetings with remote participation, besides any, accommodation for people who don't want to be exposed to COVID. It's really helpful for disabled people who have a hard time with the physical environment at City Hall or transportation at City Hall, or people as families who can't afford to pay for childcare just so that they can attend council meetings or committee meetings. And I think it's really valuable to the community as a whole to offer the hybrid format. And I hope the city does that going forward, whether or not it's related to the pandemic. Thank you very much.
Brian.
I'd like to echo what Mr. Beekman and the other person that was speaking about the hybrid meetings. I wouldn't be so necessarily ardent about it if I knew that emails, phone calls, faxes and stuff made any difference, because I really don't think they do. The hybrid meeting offers us at least to have our voice heard, and there's usually some kind of response. When you write, call, and there's no response, I have found the hybrid meeting, because trying to drive down to San Jose to participate, it's a drive for a lot of us. If I took the bus down there, it would take me an hour and a half just to get down there. So I would appreciate keeping that up, and also about the equity issues that Mr. Beekman brought up. Thank you.
Flavio?
Yeah, question. I wanted to chime in on 4.1. Is that open for discussion now, or do I need to just wait a little longer?
Just wait a little longer.
Thank you so much.
Back to council.
Thank you. All right. Councilmember Jimenez, would you consider expanding your motion to include all the consent items?
Of course.
And I think Vice Mayor was the seconder? Yes, let's vote. Thank you.
Jimenez?
Yes.
Morales?
Yes.
Cohen?
Aye.
Orozco?
Aye.
Davis?
Yes.
Esparza?
Yes.
Arenas?
Yes.
Foley?
Aye.
Mahan?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Ricardo?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone. Item 3.1 is report of our city manager. Jennifer?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I do not have a report today.
Okay, thank you. There's a commission member who has asked that we accelerate an item due to a challenge timing, and so I'm going to accommodate that request. That is item 3.4, which are actions related to Measure T. Actually, it's the item right after 3.3. So 3.4, the actions related to the Measure T status report on the work plan implementation updates. I know there's a presentation. Hello, Matt, and welcome, team.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Matt Kano, Director of Public Works. With me today is Arjun Batra, the Chair of our Citizens Oversight Committee, Catherine Brown, Deputy Director, and Aziza Amiri, the Program Manager for Measure T program. Today, we're presenting to you both the annual Measure T Citizens Oversight Committee report, as well as the staff report on the status of projects. So we have two presentations embedded in one. Our Chair Arjun Batra is going to start, followed by Catherine Brown and then myself. And I'll turn it over to Arjun. And, oh, I have the controller. So.
Oh, all right. Okay, technical correction. Okay. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, council members, members of the staff, and public. I'm Arjun Batra, and I'm a San Jose resident for 39 years. Okay. Our family has grown here, and I'm here, have the privilege of presenting to you today the annual report for Measure T, Community Oversight Committee's behalf. You trusted us with the responsibilities, and I listed those and captured it from your memos. The first and the foremost is you have asked us to review the proceeds, expenditures and the proceeds of Measure T bond and ascertain that they are consistent, spending and revenue is consistent with the voter approved purpose for the bond. The second part you have asked us to report to you is, are the estimated expenditures for remaining work on the projects, are they going to be enough to complete the projects on the original anticipated scope? In order to do that, in the very first year, COC developed a methodology. The methodology primarily consists of that we have a matrix populated by all the projects which were approved, unanimously approved by the council in 2018, were part of Measure T. We track everything about those projects, the expenditures, their progress, their achievements, any setbacks, and primarily the estimate for remaining work, what will it take to complete it. And as a result of that, we are able to give you the report which you have asked us. It tells us that whether we are consistent in our spending and are we able to complete all the work which you wanted us to complete with the Measure T, what you promised to the voters. Taking to the next page. So for 2021, we have listed on our report, which we have sent to you, which was completed in on February 9th, we highlighted that we found at that time all these expenditures were consistent with the Measure T approved purpose. At that time, also the DPW expected that all of the work which was originally foreseen will be possible to complete with the funds available and what funds are remaining. So that piece of the progress was also mentioned. Then we mentioned to you that on item number 5, that the bond issuance and expenditures are being timed to ensure compliance with IRS tax exempt guidelines, and hence the bonds will be properly utilized without having to pay any taxes, because we would have met the objectives which the IRS has laid out for us. So the 2021 was a very successful year. DPW did an astonishingly good job, and we were, as the COC, were able to commend them on their work. Okay. I want to take to the final page, which is the issues page. Since the publication of the report, it has come to our attention, the COC, that there is a debate happening where certain amount of funds from Measure T are being requested to be given to a non-Measure T project. Now, this debate about whether the project, which is the Lake Cunningham project, how worthy it is, how many people are willing to support it, is really not the issue. The issue which we are seeing being debated is that whether this project belongs to Measure T listed projects or not. We have seen Mayor Liccardo's and Deb Davis' council members' memo, which has listed in detail, given all the explanation necessary to say that this project does not belong in the Measure T approved purposes. Now, we have to respect and give a lot of weight to that memo, because the mayor was personally involved in the development of the Measure T bond measure and promoted personally and got it approved. So we would imagine that he is pretty intimately aware of what this project is, whether it meets the purpose or not. Secondly, that this project, however worthy it may be, if it belonged in Measure T, the mayor, being the mayor of City of San Jose, he would be interested in supporting any improvement project of any district. Unlike some district member may have a parochial interest, but the mayor would have the complete interest of all the residents of San Jose. So we would imagine that he would not oppose this thing if it really fell into the category of the Measure T projects. So as a result, we believe that the COC would request that if you want to fund this project and you do fund this project, we will be setting up a precedent of taking the money from the Measure T and funding non-Measure T projects. And tomorrow today the request is only for 3.2 million. Tomorrow the request may be for 30 million, and a precedent would have been set, and we would not be able to refuse the second request any better than we would be able to request the first one. So we have recommended that if you want to fund this project of any amount, whether $1 or even $10, we should get some independent, competent authority to really sign off and say that this project truly belongs in the purpose of the Measure T for which the voters approved this project, the bond. So we would have that somebody who is really accountable and signs off on this thing. Otherwise, we don't know that how to accept this debate, whether it is a Measure T1 or purpose or not. Okay, so that's regarding this funding. So that's our recommendation, that we either not fund it or we get an independent authority to give a opinion and sign off that it truly belongs there. The last part of the couple of items I want to take 1 minute on is the COC is a 15-member seat committee you had authorized. We have 6 vacancies on it. We would like the help of the council members because they're 1 from each district, and their 5 members are supposed to be nominated by the mayor. We'd like some help in getting those vacancies filled so that citizen can do the job which you want us to do in this case. Okay? And I think, Matt, you're going to cover the cost estimates which have changed after the February 9th report. Okay? All right? So that would be a conclusion of my report and recommendation on behalf of the COC. And thank you for giving me the chance to present in person and putting it on the agenda earlier than it was likely to happen. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Batra.
Thank you, Chair Batra. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. Deputy Director Catherine Brown of Public Works. And we're going to go over the Measure T program specifically. This first slide just gives an overview and a reminder of what Measure T was. So this was a measure that was passed in November of 2018 for $650 million in general obligation bonds for a wide variety of infrastructure needs. Over the next 5 years, we have roughly $418 million planned spending, with approximately $214 million in the next fiscal year. And as mentioned by our chair, Batra, there are currently 6 vacant COC seats that are open, District 3, 5, 8, and then 2 citywide as well. Onto the Measure T street repairs. This is the largest funded project category in Measure T, with $300 million allocated to road rehabilitation of our local streets, with a planned spending of $37.5 million per year over the next 8 years. There were 166 miles, total miles completed to date with Measure T funding, 87 completed in last year's construction season, and 126 miles planned for this year. $20 million of Measure T funds are allocated to the repair and rehabilitation of our San Jose bridges. 45 bridge maintenance projects have been completed in 3 separate packages so far, with 1 more starting in construction as of last month. The projects are continuing to accrue the bridge investment credits for grant-funded bridge projects that will pending the availability of the grants, and we anticipate roughly $3 million in credits to be accumulated after the completion of this 4th project. Our Measure T street lighting. The city has over 65,000 street lights in total inventory and have successfully completed the conversion of over 60,000. Most recently using a PG&E turnkey agreement, as well as our own city forces. Of the remaining 5,500 lights to be converted, 5,000 of these are ornamental and are planning to be done with city forces. And then the remaining 500 unique fixtures are scheduled to be completed by PG&E later this year. The smart controllers procurement for the streetlights is currently on hold, pending further grounding analysis and market research to find a controller that fits the city's needs. Our Measure T city facility lighting. Roughly 70% of the lights have been converted as of this month, and the teams should be finalizing the parks and trails within the next couple of months. The controller procurement was completed back in December of last year, and we anticipate the installation of these controllers beginning this fall. Next, we have the Clean Water and Green Stormwater Infrastructure Improvement Projects. The GSI program has $25 million dedicated to this category of projects. First, we have the River Oaks Pump Station or Stormwater Capture Project. The design is currently underway with construction completion anticipated in December of 2023. This project was originally estimated at $9.2 million, $6 million coming from Measure T and $3.2 from grants. With recent estimates, we anticipate the new estimate to be roughly around $11 million. And as identified in our supplemental memo, we are looking for ways to value engineer this project and reduce the scope, but if that proves to be unsuccessful, we will utilize funds within the GSI program to cover the overage. The second, if approved by council, will be the City Land south of Phelan. This project is currently in the feasibility phase. And lastly, we have the Charcot Storm Drain Improvement Project. This is also in the design phase and currently planned to be completed in 2 phases due to the size and complexity of the project. Both of these phases are anticipated to be completed in early 2025. Over $12 million of Measure T funds have been dedicated toward the retrofitting of the community centers listed on the screen, such that they meet the requirements to be considered mass care and sheltering facilities in the event of an emergency. The teams are in the process of designing for priority groups 1, 2, and 3 with anticipated construction completion dates in 2024 as identified on the screen. For the priority 4 grouping, Southside and Cypress, these have been identified to be part of a public-private partnership, so those have not started design. On to our public safety projects. Starting with our fire stations, we have completed 2 fire stations to date, Fire Station 37 off of Lincoln Avenue in Willow Glen, and then Fire Station 20, which is attached to the ARF, or the Aircraft Rescue and Firefighting Facility at the airport. Properties have been identified for stations 8, 32, and 36. Both Fire Station 8 and 32 are currently in design, and Fire Station 36 has not started design yet, but we are anticipating, we haven't finalized the sale of the property, so we're anticipating starting design possibly later this year. For Fire Station 23, staff are still looking for a property to fit the needs. This is intended to be a co-development with housing and public works to construct a fire station and an affordable housing. There's several constraints within that district, including the industrial area and many of the properties zoned for commercial and industrial use. But our real estate team has been working tirelessly with us to identify a site that will fit our needs. Continuing with our public safety projects, the Police Air Support Unit hangar project is currently in design and will be located near the new Fire Station 20. This is scheduled to begin construction in late 2023. Our 911 call center is also in design. Construction for this project is slated to begin after the move out of the EOC. And lastly, we have the PD Training and Academy. The site was identified at 300 Enzo. It's currently in design. This is initiated to relocate the current police training and academy from the south substation to the 300 Enzo property. We are anticipating construction starting in spring of next year for this project. Public art, just over $2.3 million of Measure T funds are allocated towards public art. On the screen is a newly finished Fire Station 37 with the art completed by a Bay Area artist, Sam Tubiolo. And last, we have the Emergency Operations Center. Construction is approximately 50% complete. The tower and the lot are scheduled to be completed and utilized in fall of 2022, and construction completion beneficial use next year. With that, I'll hand it over to Matt.
Thank you, Catherine. So, sorry. This slide shows the available funding in Measure T that has not yet been allocated to specific projects. Between our public safety reserves, interest earnings to date, critical infrastructure repairs, and environmental protection, we have a little over $25 million available. It should be noted that the critical infrastructure repair line item was never intended for public safety. It was a carve out of $5 million out of the $650 million that I was really hopeful it would be available at the end of this to meet other city facility needs, such as service yards or just other buildings that need work, but it does look like, and has never been allocated or discussed to be allocated or committed or promised to any specific projects. And so, as you'll see here later, we are recommending to shift it into to help solve our public safety challenges. I also want to mention that of this $25 million, a little over $3 million of this in June 2021 was, it was directed by the mayor and city council to vote to keep this in the environmental protection category as savings. It was not allocated to a specific project in June 2021, although Lake Cunningham was mentioned as a possibility. And I wanted to, our JUN and I have had some discussions on this, COC chair, and I wanted to indicate, well, there may be a difference of opinion on whether to keep the $3 million in savings in environmental protection or shift it over to public safety or another category. I think we were clear in our staff memo, and I want to double down and be extremely clear that Lake Cunningham is a great possible project. Lake Cunningham is absolutely eligible for a Measure T funding. And Catherine and I were both clear with the Citizens Oversight Committee on that topic last week in the public meeting as well. So I want to just make sure I'm very clear on that it is a great project and it is definitely eligible for Measure T funding. So with that, I'll go to the next slide. This slide shows the public safety needs as of our current estimates. And by current, we just actually got a new estimate yesterday. And this is why this is a little different from the presentation we had as of yesterday. This does include the need and the desire for the second company lockers and dorms for Fire Station 32. This is updated, as I mentioned, even from the supplemental memo based on information we just received yesterday on our police air support hangar costs coming in unfortunately higher than we had hoped. As can be seen from here, we currently have a $6.3 million need for these projects. That's the bottom right-hand side. And we have $8.3 million available. So that does show a $2 million surplus. However, that assumes that we would be using the savings from environmental protection towards public safety. So if we weren't using the savings from environmental protection towards public safety, we'd be currently tracking a $1 million deficit, which in the scheme of city budgets is not necessarily huge over a several-year period, but I want to address that more as we go here. However, I do want to stress these are current estimates. They seem to be, unfortunately, with the economy changing by the day and by the minute. As noted in our supplemental memo, construction prices are skyrocketing and extremely difficult to predict. We are getting fewer bidders on projects and higher prices. In previous years, the construction index, as an example in our memo for our area, increases by about 4% annually. This year it increased by 14%. This slide is it's an attachment to our supplemental memo. It shows the schedules for our remaining public safety projects. And I know it's harder to read on the screen here, but there are markers in here about when we're going to be getting estimates in. And if you can see it, there's a number 3 marker for each little diamond on each of these. And that number 3 indicates when we're going to get the 95% estimate for our project. The 95% estimate is usually very, very solid, really typically pretty accurately predicts what we're going to get. It accounts for any inflation that is anticipated between the time of the estimate and the bid, and your project is pretty much fully designed by that time. We will have 95% estimates on all of our public safety projects except fire stations 23 and 36 by the end of this calendar year, so by December. Given the timing of our estimates coming in and the volatility of the market right now, we feel that waiting until February 2023 to make a recommendation on allocating any unallocated funding would be prudent to ensure that the mayor and city council are working with the best available information. And if all the estimates are coming in December, it takes us a little time to absorb that news, draft a staff report, and that's why we're recommending February. And finally, I want to close with some thoughts on the path forward. A year ago, I felt comfortable based on our professional estimates that we had a good shot at delivering on all of the public safety commitments within or close to the available Measure T budget. However, the volatility right now is extreme and extremely hard to predict, and I anticipate more not great or bad news on estimates to come over the next few months. Unless there's a recession, we'll likely be faced with a significant challenge on delivering every one of these public safety projects. I'm committed to to figuring out how to do it, but it's going to be a lot more challenging than I had hoped. Whether the final number that we need to supplement Measure T is $5, $10, $15 million. I don't know right now, and it's really hard to predict. But we are likely, unless there's a recession, going to have to supplement Measure T to make sure we can build all the projects. And unfortunately, is typically the last project that suffers, like Fire Station 37 did in the last public safety bond measure, and we're tracking Fire Station 23 is the last project here. And I'm committed to figuring out how to build it, but I am just being realistic right now that it is going to be challenging. We will continue to work diligently moving forward with the city manager's office, the budget office, and others on a plan to present to council in February. And with, let me close. And with that, I'm not going to read through, but we did slightly change our recommendation on the supplemental memo to shift that policy decision on the use of that remaining $8 million until February. And then obviously it's a mayor and council's decision. With that, we'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Matt. Let's go to the public and we'll come back to the council for deliberation.
Okay, I have Steve Bennett in person. Come on down to the microphone.
Thank you, Mayor. Our folks at the county disappear for hours during their Zoom meetings. I'm glad we're all here. Just happened to walk with the group that was inspecting the park on fixing this lake, and pointed out a lot of things they didn't know. A lot of folks in Evergreen feel this park is ghetto, and we take a lot of money out, millions, but we don't put money back in. I'd like to know who the Yahoo was that designed this lake. We want our money back. I mean, this lake was designed for swimming, boating, fishing, all these things to keep our kids off the streets. Also the beauty of it. But he decided not to have any water coming in and no water coming out. The water just sits there and rots. And so after, 30 years or so, it's no longer usable. Things that make money there. We got raging waters, millions. You guys hit us for $10 to go into the park. There's an underused skate park, but you guys take all this money out. Let's put it back into our park. Let's bring some water in from the hills. We can pipe that in. We got Penitentiary Creek. There's a large area up between Aborn and Quimby where we can do a water treatment plant. Treat the water, pipe it into the lake. Let's get it cleaned up. Another money-making thing is his light show. And most of us don't want to see it come back. They're a real pain to us people. Also, they discriminate against us baby boomers and my multiracial grandchildren. That kind of upset me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jeremy Bruce. Hold on, I forgot to click allow to talk. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Good afternoon, Mayor Liccardo and members of the City Council. This is Jeremy Bruce. And I'm calling in today to urge the City Council to approve the memo authored by Council members Arenas, Cohen, and Carrasco to advocate for the investment and revitalization of our beloved Lake Cunningham. Last June, this council took steps to advocate for $3.2 million to fund the environmental justice and water quality improvements at Lake Cunningham. Due to years and years of the deteriorating water quality at Lake Cunningham, recreational activities like swimming, kayaking, and more were taken away from East San Jose families. This really is an environmental justice issue, And saving Lake Cunningham would provide environmental and community benefits to counter the effects of climate change in East San Jose. This council took some great steps last June in saving some of the leftover funds in Measure T's environmental and flood protection projects for Lake Cunningham, and we need to see it through. And remember, we may not see this opportunity ever again. So I urge the council to please approve the memo authored by council members Arenas, Cohen, and Carrasco. Thank you.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Thanks for this item. I'm sorry I missed the Measure T public meeting last week. I wanted to attend. I was busy. It was nice to hear them speak today on the item. I know during the mayor's budget time in May, he was a bit saddened that the city did not take a few more proactive steps towards calling attention to Measure T programs in some way. And I know at the same time, in the past year, Measure T has been asking as a board, how can their public oversight process be a bit more open and public, basically, I feel. And how can they garner a bit more attention and make it a more community process? I don't know if that's fully it, but I think that's something of what is being asked for. Good luck in those sort of efforts. I know the work I do, I've mentioned before, with technology and accountability can be of a lot of help. Its guidelines and its organizational ideas can be a lot of help for your group at this time. I know, for instance, what you've described today, that you are going to be, there's many future projects that Measure T is going to be working on besides its retrofitting projects, its fire station projects. They're going to possibly involve the use of road surfacing and the use of technology. And it's important that we have good understandings of the technology oversight that's possible at this time, and the good guidelines and towards open public policies, and to understand the depth of data collection and surveillance. And it's all of that that can help organize, I think, some really good practices for yourselves in the future of the Measure T program and what you need to be working on at this time. Good luck in those efforts and this sort of good work from all of us. Thank you.
Eddie. Eddie Garcia.
Hello, my name is Eddie Garcia, and I'm a District 8 resident. And I just want to say that Lake Cunningham is an amazing asset to the East Valley, actually to the whole valley. And
Eddie, you muted yourself. Okay, I'm going to move on. Eddie, since you had an issue, if you raise your hand again, I'll call your name again. Shreya Krishnan.
Hi there. My name is Shreya, and I'm calling as a San Jose resident and on behalf of Mothers and Allies Out Front for Climate Change to urge the City Council to approve this memo to invest and revitalize Lake Cunningham. As it's been mentioned, the years of deteriorating water quality has taken away recreational activities like swimming and kayaking away from our East San Jose families. And we're seeing more frequently now that protecting green spaces is more than just that. It's proven to promote better mental health and provides added environmental and community benefits to counter the effects of climate change in our East San Jose communities. Investing in Lake Cunningham would move us one step forward in providing families over 50 acres of safe, open space and would allow them to finally be able to enjoy recreational activities with their loved ones in a space that is within reach in a densely populated neighborhood. So we urge you to please approve Council Members Arenas, Cohen, and Carrasco's memo to support the Lake Cunningham project. The community has waited too long for this action. Thank you.
Juana Estrada.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Dear City Council, my name is Juan Estrada and I represent Green Foothills, which has protected open space, farmlands, and natural resources in Santa Clara and San Mateo counties for 60 years. In what may be new information for the presenter from the Citizens Oversight Committee, there were countless organizations and individuals responsible for the success of Measure T. Thank you to city staff for educating the speaker on the fact that a Lake Cunningham water quality improvement project is eligible for the remaining $3.2 million in natural flood and water quality protection funds. We ask that you spend the remaining $3.2 million to address water quality contamination at Lake Cunningham rather than redirecting it to construction projects. The question at hand isn't whether a proposed construction project is worthy of funding or not. That's a separate topic. The question is whether funds should be shifted from water quality to pay for it. For health and equity reasons, you all intuitively know the answer is no. Regarding the new proposal to defer a decision, you have an opportunity today to take a step towards rehabilitation of a critical city lake that serves all residents of San Jose. We don't need to wait to determine whether funding is needed. We already know it's needed. Delaying a decision would simply delay action, which would delay justice. San Jose residents also understand that Rome wasn't built in a day. The community understands that $3.2 million will take a step towards improved water quality and that much more will be needed to fully restore and fix Lake Cunningham. There's no need to hesitate and delay justice simply because $3.2 million won't fix everything. Lastly, I also ask you to consider that there's also potential opportunity to leverage the $3.2 million in environmental funding. As you're aware, most state grant funds expect that there will be a locally sourced match. A city that applies for grant funding without committing any of its own funding is not likely to succeed. Thank you.
Okay, Eddie, let's try you again.
Hello, my name is Eddie Garcia and I'm a District 8 resident. And I just want the council to know that my family and I, all of whom live in District 8, fully support an investment in Lake Cunningham. It is an amazing asset to the East Valley and to the whole valley as a whole. So please support this memo and please invest in Lake Cunningham. Thank you.
Vicky?
Yes, I am Vicki Silvas Young. I am a longtime bird watcher. I've been bird watching for about 60 years. A great deal of it has been in this valley. I'm a member of Santa Clara Valley Audubon. I am a member of California Native Plant Society, and I am an open space authority docent for maybe about 30 years. I'm also a California naturalist. Over the years that I have been visiting different habitats, I realized that Lake Cunningham is a valuable resource, not only for the residents. It is a heavily used park. I'm always amazed at how many people are there using the park. And I'm always amazed at the number of birds that are there. Many of them are residents, but many of them are migratory and they depend on that site for sustenance on their path on wherever they're going. So I certainly urge that the council use those funds to upgrade Lake Cunningham. Thank you very much.
Back to council.
Thank you. And thank you to the members of the committee. Come to speak. Councilmember Crosco.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the work that you're doing, Matt. And of course, right now, what's on my mind is Lake Cunningham. I often go there with the kids, and pre-COVID, we were going to the skate park there, and we were really looking forward to the, what do they call it, the BMX park? And I often run there, and I'm really amazed at how the diversity of folks that come and use it, whether it's very early in the morning or throughout the day and late in the evening, and the difference in ages and folks really from all over the area. It's a park that's really put to great use. And in spite of the deferred maintenance and the fact that it's actually really, really stinky, you know, and I actually say that very lovingly, but it's really very, you know, it's not a pleasant smell. But people love their park. And it's, you know, and I find the charm in it. I actually find it very beautiful. And when I'm jogging and gasping for air, I still see the beauty and the nature. And it really is, you know, someone was talking about all the wildlife. It's for those who haven't been there, I invite you to go there. And if you can see past the you know, the lack of upkeep, it's a beautiful park. And so I guess the question is, I'm very concerned about what we can do there. And actually, and I don't know if Raging Waters is still up and running. I've not been there since I was in high school, which is a really long time ago.
Yes, I was there in high school as well. Yes, it is still up and running.
It is
Yes.
still up and running? Okay. Who runs that park?
Well, Parks and Rec oversees, and Neil Rufino is here to help answer any detailed questions, but Parks and Rec oversees the entire park and runs Lake Cunningham, and contracts out to Raging Waters, and Raging Waters operates that site, that portion of the park under contract with PRNS.
Oh, okay, so we don't run the amusement park piece of it. Mhm.
Correct.
But we're no longer fishing in there and doing classes, sailing, and that kind of stuff. Because we actually used to have classes on the lake, and now we have you know, the little boats there that are they're not operable, or we're not putting them out on the lake anymore. For the same reason.
Correct. Yeah, we're not doing the fishing I participated in one of those ones. We're not doing the fishing or the water activities right now.
Such a shame. Yeah. And so, so if we could just talk a little bit about what are the plans in the next several years, 5 years, 10 years? Love to have that asset brought back to the community.
Sure. Thank you for your question, Councilmember. And as I said previously, Lake Cunningham is a tremendous asset to the city, and it needs investment. And if we were able to invest money in it, it would be for a great purpose and a very necessary purpose. We did a preliminary study focused on what it may take, or did a study, I would say, to focus on what it may take to get the water so that we can start up water contact activities again, whether they be boating and or fishing. And it's a very conceptual process, and there's a lot of assumptions. Our preliminary estimate to get it to the point where we can probably have water activities again is about $26 million. However, I don't want that price tag to scare anybody, because there's a lot of great things that can be done with smaller dollar amounts to enhance the experience at Lake Cunningham, such as there's pathways right now that are deteriorating into the lake. The asphalt, you can see big cracks. That's something, for walkers and joggers around the lake, is very important. One of the challenges with the Lake Cunningham is that the big challenges, as one of the speakers noted, it's sort of like there's no outflow and inflow. A lot of lakes have rivers that run through them, so you get kind of the churn of water, and fresh water comes in, and then the other water leaves out, and it kind of flows through. Lake Cunningham is just like a bucket that just takes in water, mostly from rainwater that rains on the surface, picks up the geese droppings on the way into the lake, or groundwater that seeps in as well. And there's no outflow of that, and so it's a big challenge, and it will be a big challenge to get it consistently clean. But as I said before, there's definitely a great number of projects we can do, even if that would be steps towards getting it to where it needs to be. And there was prior direction for us, and I think there may be direction today for Public Works and Parks and Rec to come back to the Mayor and City Council at a future date with a detailed presentation on the study. And so we're definitely prepared to do that. The study's being wrapped up right now. Actually, it'll be kind of finalized within about 2 weeks. And so it'll be ready for, to provide to the public in the next few weeks. And then we can come back to the City Council when appropriate and when needed.
Yeah. I won't be on council after December, but I'll still be here in the city and still with my kiddos, although soon to be an open nester, boohoo, but hopefully they'll come back. And I hope so.
If not, they can go to Jeffy Jones' house.
I'm having this emotional roller coaster, but as my kids are becoming young adults, and they're looking in terms of where they're going to study, and even this conversation about where they're going to live, they continue to talk about the amenities of cities. We all do, don't we? We all do. And even when they talk about where they live in this city, they talk about this side of the district or that side of the district or downtown or what, and the east side of San Jose has some really awesome amenities. And I've said this, I've been saying this, for years. The issue is whether or not we preserve them, we invest in them, we keep them up. And I know that all of that, it doesn't, I'm not ignorant to the fact, I don't think any of us are, that it takes money and it takes resources. And I know that we all have different priorities. But again, east of 101 is a very densely populated side of the city. And we've been deferring maintenance. And we haven't been prioritizing. The fact that it needs so much TLC is also a testament to what we've been saying over and over and over and over, especially since COVID hit, especially since George Floyd was killed, that redlining had an impact. That the policies of yesterday had an impact on what we're seeing today. And among those policies were a lot of underinvestment and deferred maintenance. And so you have PAL, you have Emma Push Park, and we saw the price tag on that. There is a reason why, what did you say, to get the water quality, $26 million? There's a reason for that. Right? It's not just because it's $26 million, because there's been a lot of deferred maintenance, right? Because we haven't been keeping it up. But and we're investing a lot of other monies in trying to bring people out of their homes, building community, and sometimes we forget that community gets built sometimes very naturally and very organically. If you have the assets, they come out and they do it organically because that's the way community is bonded. But we have to invest in those assets. And I envision Cunningham Park as one of those assets, right in the middle of a district. It bonds District 8 to District 5 and District 4 and the hills and unincorporated areas. When you play in a park and you commune in a park, it doesn't matter what your economic status is, and it doesn't matter what kind of house you live in. You commune together and you experience life together. But I just hope that we can truly figure out how we're going to continue to invest in these assets that are just decaying right before our very eyes. I mean, I'm telling you, the stench is not pleasant, especially on a very hot day, and especially when you're gasping for air and you're not in great shape, But and Cunningham it's one of them. To envision, Councilmember Arenas does a beautiful, very large community event there, and it gets filled. People love it there. But I can envision yoga days. People go out there and they do Tai Chi, but be able to support families who want to do those kind of things. we need to be able to provide the venues first to be able to bring people out and be able to have healthy lifestyles and be environmentally minded. Anyway, so I'm interested in hearing my council colleagues' comments on a lot of this.
Thank you, Councilmember. I want to just follow up on that important question, Matt. The 3.2 million in the report, it was described, if it were spent in Lake Cunningham, if we were to make that decision today, what was mentioned, the specific project for vegetated bioswales. And I guess I want to go back in time, and I'm not sure if you were in the room, but I can remember having this conversation with Angel Rios and Dave, and I think you were in the room too. So we were talking about bond measures and how we'd like to see if we could restore Lake Cunningham and Lake Almaden to recreational lakes again and make them great public amenities. And I recall being told exactly what you described, which was, hey, look, the reason why we got a water problem in Lake Cunningham is there's no outflow. You got to somehow or another create flow for that water, or else you've got still water and you've got what we have today. And so I'm trying to understand the $26 million tab. Does that get us outflow, or what does it take to get flowing water so we have some hope of actually having safe water?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor, for your question. And Catherine, to help me if I miss anything here. It does not get us a outflow. It doesn't get us a creek that outflows continuously, which would be ideal. What it does get us is an ecosystem that can, in a way, have the best shot at keeping itself clean. In addition to the vegetated swales, which would capture the water coming in and clean it before it gets in the lake, there are things such as the wetlands, basically taking a big portion of the grassy area and creating wetlands that would help keep the lake water thriving, and then also the mechanical devices that would churn the water. And those there are some items that would not be Measure T eligible, like the mechanical devices probably wouldn't, but most of the $26 million, I mean, not that we're not recommending that much for Measure T, but it would be. And so it is really creating, through wetlands and bioswales and mechanical devices that keep the water churning from the bottom to the top, an ecosystem that has the best shot at keeping itself clean. It is not as ideal necessarily as Lake Almaden, for example, has a river that runs through it. So there's better opportunities there. So I'll stop with that.
And so I assume the mechanical devices you're referring to would create some flow of water, some circulation?
Yeah, they're kind of like a windmill thing underwater. They're called solar bees sometimes, right. And they feed off solar energy and have just paddles that churn water underneath to keep the stratification from happening.
And can we get one of those for 3.2 million?
I think we've tried those before, and those probably would not be bond eligible. But yeah, those, I don't think they're that expensive.
Right,
and I
we
think
couldn't use this money for it.
I don't think we could use this money for that. And the bioswales is an example of what we could use the money for. If money was provided to Lake Cunningham from Measure T, we would probably have a process with Parks and Rec, of course, taking the lead with the council office and the community to decide what the kind of best project is for that $3 million.
Right. And these were conversations I know we had way back in 2018 when we were contemplating this, trying to figure out, what could we do for how much and how could we have an impact. And as I'm thinking about today, I'm just wondering, the 3.2 million invested today, is that going to fundamentally change the problem of water not being safe for people to be able to engage in recreational activity, or water that's creating an odor in a park? Or are we going to get some bioswales and sort of hope that we can get capital money someday to do the heavy lifting?
So the fundamentally change, if we did the bioswale project, it likely would not fundamentally change the situation. Probably not. However, the sooner we start filtering the geese poop from entering the lake, the kind of quicker we can eventually get the lake cleaned.
Right.
And so if we were to do a project now and start filtering the water coming into the lake now better, we probably wouldn't be able to make a major advancement until we may build the wetlands in the future, but it would make it that much quicker in the future because the bioswales would have already started to work.
Yeah.
But again, I don't want it. That was just an example again of a project that we could start with. It's possible we would want to start with repairing some of the walkways and trails that are around the lake that are starting to fall in. And
Okay, so I appreciate there's cumulative work here. And some of that work, like the walkways, I'm guessing doesn't have a lot to do necessarily with the specific environmental issue we're trying to deal with, which is the polluted water, but would be a nice amenity to improve the park. Is that fair to say?
Thank you for the question, Deputy Director Catherine Brown. I think because they've eroded for so long, it actually adds to the sedimentation in the lake. So it would improve. It would be a minor improvement to the water quality by upgrading those.
There'd be a minor improvement, but I understand it's not going to suddenly.
Correct.
Okay, so look, I agree with the staff recommendation, which is let's let the council make this decision in February when we know a lot more information. And the information we need to know is how much money do we really have left when we've delivered the projects that are really identified and have been identified in the community. And now I don't know what the debate was like in 2002 plus however many years when the money was running out in Measure O. But I know what the conversation's been like when I've been knocking on doors out near Station 37, whether I was a mayoral candidate or I was somebody trying to convince voters to support Measure T. And at every turn, I was reminded by every resident, the city made a promise to us to build Station 37, hasn't done a darn thing for 20 years. And, I had the pleasure of celebrating with Councilmember Davis the opening of that station and Chief Sapien and others just a couple weeks ago. And I think there was a certain sense of relief from a lot of members of that community because, in particular, as I understand it, when we were looking at emergency medical response times, that was a real pain point for us because of the lack of a facility that could provide immediate response for a very large swath of the residents, and that building that station obviously helped relieve pressure on other stations. So I'm really concerned about repeating the mistakes of the past. And I'm particularly concerned about repeating those mistakes without having all the information. And I'm not going to be on this council in February, and several of us won't be on it, but enough of us will be. I'm confident enough to trust that that council will make a better decision because they'll have more information than we will, than I will, about how best to spend these scarce dollars. But I suspect that if at the end of the day we're spending money on other things and Station 23 goes unfunded, there's going to be a future mayor and a future council that's going to have a real hard time persuading voters in that part of the city to ever support a citywide initiative because they feel somehow or another they have been shortchanged. And I think we need to talk to our future selves just as we communicate to our past selves. And that's a very important conversation, I think, to have in this business of city building because these investments are very important. I've heard certainly from the community supporting investments in Cunningham, and I think that is an incredibly important city asset, and that's why we spent a lot of time, I think, in 2018 looking at whether or not we make a commitment there or not. And I know we talked about it in the context of a parks bond as well. But it seems to me these are trade-offs best made with all the information. And what I'm concerned about is those residents who may well live around that fire station who aren't part of this conversation because they're not aware that this conversation is happening because they may not be aware of what's at stake. So I think it is good for us simply to follow staff recommendation and let's appreciate that we don't know what we don't know. This is a fast changing environment with regard to construction costs. We've seen that certainly as a dramatic change in costs over the last 2 years. And, we all hope there's no recession on the horizon, but I guess the one silver lining in a very dark cloud of a recession is we might end up getting a whole lot better bids. And maybe that will change the choices we make, and we'll be able to make even better choices and serve more of our residents as a result. So, like I say, I support the staff recommendation. Let's make the decision when we have more and better information. All right, Councilmember Rennes?
Thank you. I appreciate that. We don't know what we don't know, but what we do know is that history, when we don't make different decisions, will repeat itself. And back when Senator Cortese, who was a council member back then, there was a study that had been completed and that the city knew was there that could begin to address some of the issues that we're starting to talk about right now about Lake Cunningham, yet there wasn't any action. There wasn't any priority, and I fear that it's also has to do with what Councilmember Carrasco was laying out in her points earlier, and that is that there is a lot of redlining and a lot of policies that still created this cycle of institutional racism, and some of our policies supported that. For example, and I've said this before, the way that we chose what community centers stayed open after the recession. And those that stayed open were the ones that in the places where those communities could afford it, not where our communities needed those community centers and those classes, but where our community could pay for them. And that is not an equity-based decision. It is a financial decision that doesn't take into account who we're leaving out of the conversation. And I'm afraid that once again, we're going to begin to do the same thing with Lake Cunningham. This is Lake Cunningham and the fire stations shouldn't be in the same discussion. It shouldn't, they're not in the same category. They don't serve the same reasons, and why they're pitted one against the other is beyond me. You've heard how important our community, and I also want to thank our community for calling in, everyone who's called in and just expressed either through email or through phone call or being in person. Thank you, Mr. Bennett, for being here and expressing your fondness and your love of this park, and also calling us out on our lack of commitment to Lake Cunningham, because that's what it is. There's another lake that we have in our city, and that lake offers on the water sports and activities, and yet we can't get the lake on the east side clean enough for us to touch the water, much less have any kind of activity on top of the water. And I've also been campaigning in this primary, and I've knocked on doors, especially around Lake Cunningham. And the first priority that they expressed was, well, first they expressed the love for this lake and the park and how often they visited, and how this was part of their daily ritual of walking over to the park, about making the rounds around the park, or just many reasons that are just absolutely re-energizing for lots of folks who sometimes get stuck in a daily grind, or for folks who are now retired and don't have to deal with some of that stuff. So they have Lake Cunningham to enjoy, but unfortunately, like Councilmember Carrasco mentioned, you know, there's a stench, and this is not the first solve for this lake. I have already approached Valley Water, because it was Valley Water's doing, to stop that outflow for Lake Cunningham. They did not want to be part of the solution to see if we can begin to address this. And so we've been trying to figure out how, what kind of funding, can we get an updated study? We don't even have the updated study. And so I agree with you, Mayor, that we don't know what we don't know. We don't know if there's any easy solves for the moment that could benefit and improve the quality of the water at Lake Cunningham. And based on that list that we saw in the report, there's at least 4 items. One of which is making sure that the edge of the lake has maybe some tree plants, or that there isn't a kind of beach area there, because that's what attracts all of the geese and the ducks to come into the water. So if there isn't a landing for them, if you will, they're less likely to come into the lake. But this is how they usually get into the lake. And like you said, that there's some things that we can do, like the tree planting, like the flow through wetland at the Big Meadow is something that doesn't take the whole 26 million, but there's at least 4 items on that table within that study that Matt, you've been kind enough to share with us, and thank you for your support and diligence in making sure that we complete this study. And then it's not official yet, though. So I think this is very premature. I'd love to see what other sources of revenue that we can use. Lake Cunningham is already one of the, I think, best examples of a private-public partnership. We have Raging Waters on site, and I don't know that there's any other park like this. And so we already have that. What we need is some additional revenues, and grants that we can apply to almost always ask for a matching fund. So what are we, where is that money going to come from? How are we going to do some of the smaller scale items that are on the table that can improve the quality of the water? And then if we are going to apply for grants, where are we going to get the matching funds from? And so this is not about whether the fire stations get completed or are a priority, because they absolutely are. I just want to make very clear that all of the fire stations are very important, not only to those folks who've already expressed their support, but to me as well, and all of my residents. Personally, I know that my mom benefited from their service when she was at home and needed to go through on an ambulance and have some emergency service. And so I understand the value of that at a very personal level. I want to make sure that there is enough funding for our fire stations. It is not beneficial to pit anything against one another, because it's not solving the solution, finding a solution to the problem that we will continue to have. And so one of the questions that I have for you, Mayor, is if you could think of a source of revenue. You've been here longer than I have, and you know our city's infrastructure much better than I. What source of funding would you recommend that we look at for Lake Cunningham?
Yeah, obviously, I'm only speaking off the top of my head, but there is a record amount of state funding right now for projects that have environmental benefit, a record amount. And I certainly be happy to talk. I'll be talking to Secretary Crowfoot, I know, later tonight. I'd be happy to explore how we could secure state funding. Just over the last 2 years, I think it's more than we've seen probably in a decade in terms of what's going out. And so I just think there's a lot of opportunity out there if we're hustling hard for grants. And certainly we always have CNC funding. I know that we have long been talking about how and whether we would get out for a parks bond or measure. That's something I know we have poll tested several times. It's not going to happen this year, we know. But ultimately, that would be a primary project, it seems to me, for such a measure. So those are just a few thoughts off the top of my head.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So there'll be 4 budget cycles before this money could potentially get used. Couldn't we utilize some of this funding to have some of the lower, maybe some of the more affordable strategies completed? And this is maybe a question that we need to have once we get this study and everybody has it in front of them. But those bioswales that you talked about, or the improvement of the shoreline that I talked about, excuse me, or just the tree planting along the paths of and the edges of the lake, that tree planting is 480,000. So there's some things that we could do, some algae treatment for 30,000, lake bed sediment treatment for 150,000. There, there's some things that we could do and not wait until we see that there's overages with our fire station. Of course, that is definitely a priority. I don't want it to not be. But I think that we could move both of these items at the same time. It doesn't have to be one or the other. So I'm going to make a motion to accept staff's recommendation and include my memo, as well as Councilmember Esparza's memo and your memo, Mayor, but to exclude item number 2.
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Cohen.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be supporting the motion, but I just wanted to make a few comments and also ask maybe one question. I want to make sure that, obviously I think it's important for us as a council to express our support for the vision of doing work at Lake Cunningham. Obviously, I know that the money is a lot more than the 3, even if we were to say the 3 million is available now, and we have to be sure about that based on the safety projects. We need a lot more, and we have to be sure we do things smartly. What I'm concerned about is that we pick projects off that might be short-term fixes, but that without some of the longer-term fixes, we fall back into the same situation we're in now. Maybe there's a question underlying this, but when I hear you talk about recirculation and filtration, for example, I think about my son's fish tank, and I think about when it turned completely green and we replaced the filter, we put in a new pump, and it naturally actually filters out a lot of the algae and actually starts to clean it up. But if you just replace it with clean water and don't fix the filtration system, it doesn't really solve the problem. You end up with the green fish tank again in a couple weeks. So I just want to make sure, I guess the question would be, are there things we can do in the short term that are the right first steps so that when we have the resources to do the bigger fixes, we will be set up for success?
Councilmember, just real quick, before we go too far, I'd like to just make sure we clarify the motion, because the staff recommendation in the supplemental memo is a bit different than in the original memo. So if we could come back to that when appropriate, that'd be great. So to answer your question, Councilmember, yes, there are things we can do. There is one of the challenges is, so of the it's actually $26.6 million conceptual estimate we have. About 350,000 of that is we think is non-Measure T eligible. So from 300 to $1 million of that we think is non-Measure T eligible. That means there's still 25.5 million that could be Measure T eligible. But what I wanted to just add is that some of the simpler stuff like the algicide treatment, the lake bed sediment treatment, treatment, those, or when you're adding chemicals into the lake, would not see when for Measure T bond funding, you have to just build a physical thing that is permanent. That's probably not the best legal way of saying it, but that's essentially what I've been. It's the essential summary. And so when you're just adding chemicals, which is definitely something we can look into and possibly should look into, we'd probably have to find another source for that. But we could. But there are some smaller projects. The tree planting is probably $500,000. That is a borderline Measure T. We'd probably have, I think it could be, but we'd have to explore that further. We'd have to just get an actual scope of that project and review it internally a little bit. So there are smaller things we can do, but some of the smaller things may not be Measure T eligible.
Okay, and I guess I'm asking a more general question about making sure that we wouldn't want to do those things before we're set up that those things will be successful because we have the infrastructure in place that will keep it clean and keep it.
That's a great point, Councilman Ria. The things like the filtration system you would want to build before you put the
right, and that's what I was just
a good analogy you made. Yes.
Okay, yeah. I just want to make sure that we're thinking about that and that we are clear that while there's might be things that might make it look good for a year or two, that wouldn't do us any good if we don't, and then we just are wasting the money in that year or two. Yeah, and I mean, I think obviously the fact that this lake doesn't have the inlet and outlet, I think that filtration system's got to be incredibly important. When we know everyone tells us don't leave standing water in your yard, you get mosquitoes, right? You get the problem, and that's kind of what we have there at Lake Cunningham. That's why pools have filtration systems, right? They don't just sit. But I do think it's important for us to reaffirm our vision and support for figuring out what the resources are, and I appreciate the mayor's suggestion of that this is an area where there is a lot of money out there and we ought to be looking for it. I also am just going to go to bat for Fire Station 23. It's last on the list. It's in my district. It's one of the 20 busiest fire stations in the city, and it is operating out of a tiny home with a single bay, very, very old building, and a very not adequate facility for the volume of work that they do out of that station. So it's very important to our city, to me, to the district that we make sure that we have the resources for that work. And that's why I do like the idea of waiting till next spring. We now know more about the escalation in the cost of these fire stations, and I think it's important that we know as much as we can before we start to allocate specific dollars away from the fire stations. So I'll just make those comments and support the motion. But now I guess we can have Councilmember Arenas clarify exactly what.
Yeah, I
was
think
in the
we need a
motion.
lot of clarity because I don't see how the memorandum from Councilmember Arenas and others is consistent with staff recommendation. We either spend the money or we don't. So either Matt or Councilmember Arenas, do you want to try to reconcile the two?
I wouldn't mind taking this the first shot at just making sure I understand. So in the supplemental memo, we actually split. So in Councilmember Arenas, Cohen, and Carrasco's memo from May 17th, they essentially accepted that accept staff report items A, B, C, D, and F, and then took recommendation E, which was asking the policy decision, and broke it down into a detailed recommendation. What we've done in the and if I could have the presentation pulled up, please, again. What we've done in the supplemental memo is we've broken recommendation E into 2 items, and so I want to clarify whether both those are being deferred or yeah, we broke. So the first portion of recommendation E, which if the motion passes, I would hope that this first portion passes with it, is to accept the funding recommendation shown in table 2 of our memorandum, which I can show when the presentation comes back up, with the acknowledgement that the Fire Station 32 overage based on the current one company's scope of work will require using at least 2.5 of the $5 million in the Public Safety Program reserve. And then the second part of that is defer the policy decision in regard to funding projects identified in table 4 until February 2023. So if the motion made by Councilmember Arenas passes, it's my, I guess, part hope and part assumption is the item E in our supplemental memo pass with that And then I assume that if it passes, then item F would
Matt-
change into what is in her May 17th memo.
Matt, I really want to urge you to actually talk about concrete numbers and concrete projects because
Sure.
I think we're all going to have a hard time following you.
Sure, absolutely. So we could, let's- the presentation pull back up. Thanks, sorry. It made sense in my head, but
It does if you're looking at table 4 at the same time. You're
Yeah,
looking at
yeah.
the recommendation at the same time. That yeah.
as soon as it comes back up, we've got this table in the presentation, so. All right, one moment. Gotta get it in. Just go that if you just put on that slide right there. Yeah. Slide 20. Thank you. Okay. So table 2 in the memo, and if you just look at the recommended use column on this table, what table 2 in our original memorandum states is that those are the dollar amounts that no matter what decision is made today, whether to place regarding the $3 million for Lake Cunningham and the other funding, is that those monies be committed to these projects. And so the $5 million, again, this is the third column on here, $5 million is currently allocated in the reserves for infrastructure for fire stations that need rehab. Just acknowledging that it is, still hopefully we can use some of that for that, but also for fire station overages. 780,000 at least for the police air support hangar. Unfortunately, it looks like those costs are going to rise, but we're just acknowledging that today. We're, again, not asking that be allocated today. $9 million for the police training and academy facility. This, based on current estimates, which we're nervous about, but based on our current estimates, this would get us the full training build out and enough of the academy in order that we can open the South Police Substation. In order to fully build out the academy, we would need more. And then for the police headquarters infrastructure upgrades, at least 2.2 million. And so we are recommending, my hope is that as part of the motion that was made by Councilmember Arenas, that recommended use column, which is table 2 in our staff report, get allocated. And as can be seen on here, at the very bottom of that row, there's still $8.3 million that a decision needs to be made on. That, my understanding of Councilmember Arenas' recommendation is that 8.3 would be, 3 million of that would be officially allocated towards Lake Cunningham. And so the remaining of that 8.3, we would just bring back to council for discussion in the future. Sorry if that.
Matt, now you got me confused, even
Okay.
more confused, because what I see here in your recommendation is defer the policy decision in
That's-
regard to funding projects identified in table 4 until February.
Correct, Mayor. That is my
So-
recommendation, but I was just trying to clarify what the motion was.
Well, so let me just understand what
Yeah,
your
okay, got
recommendation
it.
is.
Yes,
And
okay,
then we'll go to the motion.
got it.
If you're saying the money's already allocated, then theoretically it could already be spent. That the 3.2 million on Cunningham. Are you saying that you would recommend that be spent?
No, so sorry, I was confusing the question between my staff recommendation and my clarification of the motion. So to clarify, the $3.2 million is not currently allocated towards Lake Cunningham. The direction in June of 2021 was to keep it in the clean water category, but not to allocate it to a specific project at that time.
Okay.
So my current staff recommendation in the supplemental memo is to go ahead and allocate the monies in the third column here that I just listed, and that $8.3 million fund remaining to push that till February 2023. And so,
All right.
and that includes waiting on the Lake, whether we fund Lake Cunningham or not, waiting until February 2023. That's our staff recommendation.
Okay. And so to be clear, your recommendation is not consistent with the notion that we'd start spending small amounts of money on tree planting or bioswales or paths. It is wait until February.
Right. From a Measure T standpoint, definitely.
Okay. Now let me go to Councilmember Arenas. You moved your memorandum and the staff recommendation in the supplemental.
Right.
Is your motion consistent with what Matt just described as his recommendation?
Right. It is to hold off on any policy decision until they have a final and better estimate of what is needed. So I'm fine with that. I think that what I was expressing earlier is that we needed to. This also shows the need for us to have a discussion about the study, and I believe it's going to be ready in 2 weeks. Matt, is that something that can come back by the end of this year so that we can be ready to make that decision when you have final numbers for construction in February?
Hi, council member. You can come back whenever we're directed to. Ideally, from a staff standpoint, we'd come back at the same time in February, but we can come back whenever we're direct. We can come back earlier if that's the preference.
Right. I know that we had a discussion about having maybe a tiered approach and doing some things that are that could add to potentially the filtration. And I'd love to hear from my colleagues about that, because I think the tree planting is the natural filtration system. That whether whether there's additional funding that happens or not, trees are going to support our canopy goals, as well as, I mean, just for those joggers that are out of breath, to be able to go under a tree, that is also very helpful. So anyways, I'd love to hear from my colleagues to see if that's something that they would be supportive of now. I think it's the least expensive of the items, but because we haven't had the discussion on the study, I think we can't, I'm just thinking this out loud, because we haven't had the conversation with the study, we really can't make this decision. So I'm just gonna never mind that, scratch that. We're just gonna stick to delaying any policy decisions until February, when we can hear about the study and we can hear about the final construction need costs.
Okay. So Councilmember Arenas, I just want to make sure I'm sort of nailing this down. You're not recommending diverting from the staff recommendation?
No, so I'm supporting the supplemental, and my memo, as well as your memo, but not making a decision on table 2 and 4, which is your item number 2. So your item number 2 is not going to be included.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Davis, you raised your hand. Did you? No. Okay, Councilmember Cohen. That was from before. Okay. Other members of the council? I'm having a hard time pulling up my Zoom.
I have my hand up, Mayor.
Oh, there it is. I'm sorry, Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you. Obviously, I'll be supporting the motion. One of the questions, just to kind of continue on this line before I get to some of my questions, is what are the usual deadlines for us to apply for these grants? Because I'm wondering if having that end of year discussion is better for those timelines than maybe February, if we're looking to capitalize on state grants for Lake Cunningham.
Hi, council member. I hate to say it depends, but it really does depend on the specific grant. A lot of times, from my recollection, spring is a deadline that I typically recall, but unfortunately, it really does depend because every grant has different timelines. So it's hard to predict, and usually so it's hard to predict.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I was reflecting earlier today. I remember I want to say summer of 1998, dead fish being pulled out of Lake Cunningham. So this issue goes back quite a while. I actually wanted to move forward on fire stations and really appreciate that we are affirming our commitment to fund all of the fire stations. Station 23 is not in District 7, but we all benefit as a city by having that part of the city adequately covered by fire. So I'm really, really happy to see that today. I just wanted to follow up on the memo about the full build out on Fire Station 32, which is the next Measure T fire station that's coming online. Staff has identified a 3.8 million gap to get the dual company build out that our fire station has indicated that they need to adequately serve this site. And I just wanted to clarify with the motion, Councilmember Arenas, the old memo from last month includes old numbers, which had a $2 million gap. And now the staff recommendation has a 2.5 million of the 3.8 million gap to be allotted now, with a $1.3 million gap that would come back to us. Is that what your motion includes, the current numbers?
What it includes, council member, is a final discussion about those numbers in February, because we know that those are not final numbers, right? These numbers might look bigger in February, hopefully not, we'll cross our fingers, throw some over our shoulder. But that's the reason why we delay both of these discussions, and so that we can get a more accurate picture of what this looks like, and so then delay the policy decision at the same time, because we haven't had an opportunity to really talk about the study either.
That's for Lake Cunningham, but the fire is moving forward. Is that correct?
The fire was never compromised with Lake Cunningham, and so I think it's independent of that, and I think that's because this conversation's been laid out to pit one against the other. But like my memo says, we are reaffirming our commitment to make sure that Measure T funds our fire stations in a way that makes them feasible and a reality. And so that is my priority. I don't know what those numbers are going to look like. I don't think that Matt has the total numbers finalized, and I think that's why they are delaying until February, so they can get a better idea.
But so I was clarifying the numbers for Station 32, which is the station that's going out to bid. It's the next station that's going out to bid.
I'm sorry, and you were asking about,
does it include the numbers for Station 32, the revised numbers for Station 32, which is the next station that's going out to bid?
And that's not in the supplemental, that is in the original.
Councilman, can I try and answer that?
Sure, please, because I'm sorry,
Sure, so from what I've heard is the staff recommendation in the supplemental memo would be moving forward as part of the motion with some additions And the staff recommendation in the supplemental memo regarding Fire Station 32, which I understand is part of the current motion, is that to recognize that at least $2.5 million of the $5 million public safety reserve for the fire stations would be going to Fire Station 32. Now, Councilmember Esparza, that does not acknowledge the additional 1.3 for the extra dorms and lockers for the second company. And so, however, as I think you're aware, we are designing the dorms and lockers for the second company, and we are putting that out to bid. And so we will, even if the final funding isn't completely identified until later, that will be part of our bid package, and we will be getting firm prices and bids on that we can share with the City Council early next year.
Thank you, Matt. Appreciate that. And so I just wanted to clarify for folks that aren't aware, Fire Station 32, it's going to be on the border of District 7 and District 3 near the intersection of 280 and 101. So this station is going to serve a large part of downtown as well as pretty much the east side. And so this station's in the middle of 4 of the busiest fire stations in the city. Station 26, Station 8, Station 3, and Station 16 that represent 4 out of the top 5 busiest stations. And so given the location, Station 32 is expected to be one of the busiest, if not the busiest fire station in the city as soon as it opens. And so given that we're expecting and planning for a lot of growth in these areas over the next decade, it's really important that we build this fire station right, given that it's at a central location in our city at the nexus of a lot of growth and development. And so that's why making sure that we can accommodate the dual company is really important. And is Chief Sapien on here? Chief Sapien, are you there?
Yes, he's on the way. And Arjun Batra from the CCS, quick comment.
Yeah.
Okay, go for it.
Sorry for the interruption, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to present. I need to excuse myself, and I think you have our input on the, we're not opposed to Lake Cunningham, but we are concerned about using the Measure T funds for it. And thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Chief is on his way down right now.
Okay, thanks. So, Chief, can you share with us about the need to have a dual company at the station?
Thank you, Councilmember Robert Sapien, Fire Chief, San Jose Fire Department. So you articulated the service demand issues very clearly. I don't think I could improve on how you described how busy we think Station 32 will be and how much support it will provide to our Fire Station 26 that is really at a point of being unable to keep pace with service demand. The other component is the deployment footprint of our department. We have 9 aerial ladders currently deployed in the city, only 2 of which are east of Highway 101. The dual company house at Station 32 will give us an opportunity to move a truck company in closer proximity to serving the heart of East San Jose and give us a chance to move a truck company south. Right now, we're contemplating Station 24 as that location that'll really give us better balance of truck service to the east and will also at some point give us an opportunity, I think, to even improve service back to pre-recession period where we had an additional truck in West San Jose. So really, I think there's 2 points to this station. One is the very high call demand, projected development with high density housing throughout that area, and then the truck service citywide.
Thank you, Chief. And Chief and Matt, so I'm assuming that Fire and Public Works are coordinating on staff's proposal to defer the final decision on the 1.3 million. Is that true? And Chief, can you give us your thoughts on that?
I'll say we've been essentially partners in these projects and in lockstep understanding, certainly highly sensitive to Public Works challenges of meeting the funding and the increasing cost of the projects. But I think we've been very well heard in terms of the needs of the department.
Okay, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. I certainly appreciate the need to ensure that we have the additional company at 32. So thank you, Councilmember. All right. Other comments or questions, Council? Okay. As the as the motion has been either revised or refined or clarified, I'm happy to support the motion. I believe it ensures that we reserve this decision for a day when I think this council is going to be better informed. So thank you, everyone, for the dialogue. Let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Jimenez, thank you. Peralez,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Orozco, aye. Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Liccardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Item 3.3 is the citywide residential anti-displacement strategy quarterly status report. Thank you, Jackie and Reagan and team, for your patience as we jumped ahead.
Hi, I'm Jackie Morales Friend. I am the director of the housing department, and I'm joined by Reagan Henninger who's our deputy director. And Emily is not with us right now. She's on a plane. And so I'm going to turn it over to Reagan.
All right. Good afternoon. We are here as a referral from the Neighborhood Services and Education Committee, who referred our quarterly report on residential anti-displacement to the full council. Our report today will focus primarily on strategy number 1, an equitable COVID response and recovery, and specifically our emergency rental assistance program. As you all are aware, the city of San Jose is currently participating in the state of California's emergency rental assistance program. As of June, they have processed almost 10,000 applications for emergency rental assistance, totaling just over 118 million. As of yesterday, they have 231 applications yet to process, and that is well within their weekly processing rate. So we have no worries that they will be unable to finish processing applications by the end of the week. The last time we were before you was the end of March, and we were informing council that state legislation with eviction protections was about to expire. However, since then, at the end of March, the state legislature did pass AB 2179 that did extend certain protections for those who had back-owed rent between March 2020 and March of 2022, and where there was a state rental relief application pending. That legislation also had a preemption from local laws concerning COVID-19 rental debt. In response to sunsetting legislation, when we were before you back in March, we had 2 primary programs that the housing department was working on establishing. First is what we call the Eviction Diversion and Settlement Program. That is a temporary program using some remaining U.S. Treasury funds for emergency rental assistance. That program is targeting households that are facing an eviction. They have a state rental relief application that is pending. We, the city, are able to step in and pay that rental assistance application a bit faster than the state, and ideally save a household from an eviction. It's jointly administered right now by the city and the county, and our partners are Sacred Heart, Destination Home, and Project Sentinel. And then the second program that we set up is a weekly unlawful detainer clinic. And that is in partnership with the Superior Court. We launched it on June 1st. Our partners are the Superior Court Self-Help Center, Sacred Heart, Project Sentinel. It is open to tenants and landlords alike who are somehow involved in a unlawful detainer or eviction action. And we offer assistance with court filings, legal referrals, access to mediation services, help with rental assistance. And again, the goal is to prevent an eviction. Both of those programs are launched and rocking and rolling. And just to conclude, we are not recommending any kind of council urgent legislation regarding an eviction moratorium, but we are before you today just to make sure you all are aware that that legislation is sunsetting June 30th. And we're available for questions.
Forgive me. Are we going to public comment now at this time?
I have no hands up.
Okay, let's go to the council. I see no hands up here and online. I see no hands up anywhere.
I'll move approval.
Second.
Okay, Reagan, I guess you were that good. You just convinced us. Thank you for all the enormous amount of work that's gone into the rental assistance program from our housing department. I know that there have been a lot of agencies and a lot of nonprofits involved, but the enormous amount of work that's been done here to coordinate and to get us well aligned is really, I know it's saved a lot of families in peril. So thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge Emily and Reagan for the work that they've been able to achieve in actually getting a program in the courts. That has been something, we've been working on for years.
Yeah.
To try to make some entryway there, and it has been extremely difficult to really move that initiative forward. And they have been able to be very successful and to really demonstrate to the court that we could actually add some value. And so I think that really speaks to the work that we've been doing in that collaboration. So I just want to express my appreciation.
Thank you, Jackie. It's well put. Can I ask, is that going to continue?
Yeah, so our weekly clinic will continue in perpetuity. We're actually looking at how we can keep iterating and improving that weekly clinic. For example, we're talking to Santa Clara Law School about adding some of their students and a supervising attorney to help. I think there's a lot of other creative partners that we could pull in to help.
That would seem to be a great clinical program for any law school.
And as I'm expressing my appreciation, I also wanted to express appreciation to Teresa Ramos, who's a longtime city employee who's worked in various city departments and has been with the housing department a long time. She's played a significant role in our community outreach. And, it's because of her knowledge and her connection and her commitment to community that, we have been able to make great strides in creating some connections. And so I did want to acknowledge her work as well.
Thank you, Jackie. The one question I did have when I read the report was the utilization of that. I guess we use an empty courthouse for all that. Were we actually seeing people utilize it at a high rate?
Just to clarify, are we seeing people utilize the clinic?
The clinic, yeah.
Yes, we are. I think because we have a lot of referrals coming from different sources, either the existing like court mediators and self-help centers. We also get referrals from landlord attorneys, tenant attorneys. We're getting referrals from our partners like Sacred Heart. So we're trying to have like a no wrong door approach where as many partners in the community are aware of the program and utilize it. I think we're gonna just continue to build off the 3 weeks of success that we've had operating the program, and it's gonna keep getting better and better.
That's great. And Lord knows we need more doors for folks, because I know all of our offices get called by people who are struggling with the challenges paying rent and trying to understand their rights. And this is going to be very helpful. Councilmember Rands?
Thank you. On that note, I'd also like to thank our housing department and its leadership. Thank you so much for the work that you're doing. I know that you've made sure that a lot of our families are not out in the streets or in their cars or in motels, but that they're staying put and not leaving San Jose. And so that that really is fundamental to who we are as a city. And so I want to really thank you for the work that you've done. And Jackie, when you mentioned Teresa Ramos, that took me back because I worked with Patricia, her sister, at the Neighborhood Development Center at the old City Hall back when I was in my 20s. And you know, we were working to make sure that we also organized our communities and supported our communities. And it just, you know, people like Teresa, like Patricia, like a lot of the folks who've been long-term city employees just add so much value that when we hopefully, you know, there's no, we don't lose them, but when we have these kinds of programs, I think it just adds to what all of the experience has led them to where they are in the position that they are in. And I think that's part of also the success. And so I'm really grateful that you mentioned Teresa. But of course, I know that there's a lot of folks within the housing department that's been doing the great work. So thank you. We had talked about previously, this is now to a question, including some questions in the packet, the intake forms that you all use to help us maybe bridge some of the city resources. Off the top of my head, I'm thinking about the ARP funds for Happy Hollow and, you know, other tickets that are going to get funded. These are the families that are struggling, that are probably not going to use some of their additional or some of the funds that they may have to take out the kids to, you know, go do a little bit of an R&R. Have you all included any additional questions on the intake forms to help us bridge with those city resources?
Hi, Councilmember. We do have questions. Our questions for rental assistance are primarily income based, but if you qualify for rental assistance for the state program or for our local homelessness prevention program, as you know, Councilmember, you qualify for a lot of other city programs, parks, scholarships, and so we are making those connections either right then and there, or we have information and packets available if a family doesn't have time in that moment. I will say what could be a gap and what could be a good technology project is like a citywide technology. So when we're working with families, we're working in either the state rental assistance application system or our own. We have something set up in our HMIS system, our database for prevention. Anyways, but we don't have a citywide system where someone in housing that's coming to housing for a program can also simultaneously get registered for a parks program. So we're missing that technology piece, but I think we're amongst our community and economic recovery committee, we are talking about the opportunities for a technology solution there.
Yeah, and I don't know if I think Lee is, yeah, I see you, Lee. I'm wondering if this is something that we, I know that when, what was it, 2019, when we had an MBA about how we integrate equity, or maybe it's 2020. You know, these years are just all blending in together because of the pandemic. But you all put a city manager's addendum together and identified as you know, the lack of maybe this kind of format. I don't know if it would be a online program, app, you know, database. I don't know what it would be, but that there wasn't a uniform way of collecting information, that every department collected something slightly different, and that we didn't include race as part of those questions. And so how is there anything in the pipeline that we could maybe connect with to leverage an opportunity to build something, not just for the housing department, but this really makes sense when we are trying to connect our families, our residents to different types of city services. There's something that we can build off of.
Yeah, Councilmember Arenas, I would ask specifically on this, if I know Jackie and housing, as well as Rosalind Huey in our office, just related to civic engagement in general and how we touch our residents through various different methods, have looked at this. So we're happy to follow up with greater detail with an info memo or offline, unless this team has anything specific to this they'd like to answer. But it's definitely something that we need to get to.
Yeah, so we've been calling it, I think you actually gave us this word and I'm just repeating it, which is kind of this one door point of entry, that if you could enter one of our departments and you would actually qualify for something, that
Right.
there would be a way to communicate or provide to the person, here's all the other
Right.
programs you're eligible for.
Mhm.
And so we are having those ongoing discussions
Oh, great.
with the recovery team, and are working to see if we can get something proposed as an opportunity for the city to actually place this as a priority for us to be working on. So, you know, we continue to advocate for it. We think it's a great idea. It's just trying to get the tools and figure out how to make it work.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I was just thinking if there was anything already happening in the pipeline that would address some of the database needs, or some of the way the need to collect information in a uniform manner that was identified through the budget process a couple of years ago, that we could, and I don't know if anything's happened since, or if that was just, you know, an opportunity to identify the need, but we haven't addressed it. And so I guess, you know, this kind of answers my question, because we haven't really addressed it. And I think it's probably something that could go on priority setting, as we are going to be working on this child and youth master plan. And we, for this very same reason, we want to make sure that all of these programs are scaffolded, and that our youth and our children are maximizing the sequence of programs, and to identify any gaps. So anyways, we'll touch bases offline. Lee, thank you so much for the response, and thank you for Jackie for not forgetting and continuing to work on this. I know this is an approach that is going to be not only useful for your program, but potentially to prevent some of those families from continually seeing you or asking for that rental assistance, if we can find them other sources of funds for, you know, after school care or child care, and they can get definitely back on their feet and find something more permanent as a solution. So thank you so much for all the really great work.
Thank you. Councilmember Esparza?
Thank you, Mayor. I actually, I forgot what I was going to say, other than to really thank everyone and thank the city staff that have been doing a lot of outreach at community events, partnering out with our local agencies to get in front of families. And that has been hugely effective in the community. So I just want to say thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, I don't see any other hands. Tony, it looked like you were about to speak. Do you want to go
No,
to?
I'm just getting
Bob?
ready
Oh,
to-
okay. We'll just vote then on Councilmember Jimenez's motion.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Perales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Carrasco,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks, Owen. 3.5, report and request for a quotation on e-discovery software. Apparently, there's a presentation. No, there's not a presentation. I lied.
We do have an appeal.
There is a presentation. Okay, see? Because of the appeal, right.
Julia Cooper, Director of Finance, and I have with me via Zoom Jennifer Chang, who's the Deputy Director for Purchasing and Risk Management. She'll be making the presentation this afternoon. We do have a protest, so that's why we need to make the presentation. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jennifer.
Thank you, Julia. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, members of the public. I'm Jennifer Chang, Deputy Director of Finance, and I also serve as the city's Chief Purchasing Officer. So as Julia stated, we're here today because we have a protest appeal hearing on a procurement recently completed by the city. And I thought I'd start off by providing an overview of what a public procurement protest is before I head into the particulars of the procurement in question and the specifics of the particular protest. So what is a protest? It's a dispute by an interested party over the award recommendation on a procurement. It's something that we usually post at a conclusion of a publicly noticed procurement in the form of a notice of intent to award. So if an interested party wants to formally dispute the award recommendation, they can do so through the protest process pursuant to Chapter 12 of the San Jose Muni Code. The protest must be in written form. It must detail the grounds, factual basis, and include all supporting documentation. Why do we have the protest process? It's to provide all interested parties due process and a dispute resolution mechanism in public procurements. When must be it submitted? For request for quotations, protests must be submitted to the city's Chief Purchasing Officer within 2 business days after the recommendation of award is published, but it's longer for requests for bids and requests for proposals, which is 10 calendar days per the San Jose Muni Code. And lastly, how was a protest evaluated and by whom? So upon receipt of a protest, the city's Chief Purchasing Officer, me, carefully reviews all submitted protest materials, procurement documentation, and information to assess and determine whether the procurement process was followed as described in the procurement documents and conducted in a fair and impartial manner. The Chief Purchasing Officer will issue a written response back to the protesting party with information, findings, and a determination whether to uphold the protest or staff's award recommendation. For contracts and purchase orders under the city's formal procurement threshold, which is currently $130,000, the city's Chief Procurement Officer's decision is final. But for items that exceed that threshold, the protesting party has the right to appeal to City Council by filing a written appeal to the city clerk within 10 days of receiving the Chief Purchasing Officer's response letter. Next slide, please. So the procurement that's in question today is the request for quotation that the Finance Department recently completed for e-discovery software on behalf of the City Attorney's Office. E-discovery software provides document repository and document management, and it's used in litigation and public record act requests. It contains all the features and functionalities listed on the slide here. The City Attorney's Office has been using an e-discovery solution from Logic Systems Incorporated doing business as Logical for the past 5 years, and that agreement expired yesterday on June 27, 2022. Next slide, please. So in anticipation of the expiring agreement, in March 2022, the Finance Department released an evaluative request for quotation, or an RFQ, for e-discovery software. 5 responsive written proposals were received prior to the bid deadline, and they were evaluated and scored independently by a 3-member evaluation panel made up of members from the City Attorney's Office. 4 companies were invited to participate in oral interviews and system demonstrations. And because we had to make clarifications and obtain final pricing, all 4 companies were also invited to submit a best and final offer, or BAFO. As a result of the procurement process, staff recommends award of contract to Modus eDiscovery as the highest ranked best value solution per the evaluation criteria set forth in the RFQ. I like to make several points on the evaluation methodology for evaluative procurements. So number 1, evaluation must be submitted based on information submitted by companies during the procurement process. We can't consider any information received outside or after the process to preserve the integrity of the procurement. The evaluation methodology is based on a best value assessment, which is based on a variety of factors such as quality, design, features, and performance. And it's within the evaluation panel's discretion to award points based on the above factors to determine whether or not the best value assessment was reached. Next slide, please. For this particular procurement, these are the final evaluation scores. You can see the evaluation criteria there on the left and the final scores running on the bottom. So Modus eDiscovery was determined to be the highest ranked scoring proposer by the evaluation team with 74 total points, Carasoft second at 68, Complete Discovery Source third at 66, and Logic Systems DBA Logical a 4th at 62 points. Next slide, please. So on June 5th, the city received 1 protest during the protest period from the city's incumbent, Logical, and they also would receive additional information from Logical on June 7th as part of this protest. In its protest, Logical makes 3 main points. They contended that they should have been awarded more points in the categories of general requirements, project approach, and technical capabilities. They also submitted additional information for those 3 categories, as well as for the experience and qualifications categories and the cost categories. And finally, they expressed concerns that competitors may not be fully transparent about their pricing model, and they included their own cost analysis for the awarded vendors' costs based on external information they obtained from the awarded vendor's website. Next slide, please. So as the city's chief purchasing officer, I carefully reviewed Logical's protest, and I responded to Logical on June 14th, upholding staff's recommendation of award to Modus eDiscovery, and I included the following information in the letter. 1, I included an explanation of the city's scoring methodology. Specifically, I explained that because the evaluation is based on best value, simply meeting a particular requirement does not automatically mean a company gets full points. Secondly, I included examples from Logical's written response to the procurement that contributed to the final scores that they received. For example, Logical's written proposal included numerous formatting errors that made evaluation difficult for the evaluation team, resulting into lower points awarded. As another example, the evaluators determined that Logical did not provide a response on project approach, resulting into lower points awarded. Thirdly, I expressed that Logical's cost analysis for Modus eDiscovery's costs has no relevance or bearing on award, as Modus will be required to adhere to the cost and scope requirements that they provided in their bid submittal. And lastly, I explained that the city is unable to consider additional information submitted by Logical after the RFQ deadline to make sure that the process is fair and equitable to all bidders. Next slide, please. So it's my finding as the city's chief procurement officer that the city's procurement process was properly followed for this RFQ and conducted in a fair and impartial manner. My recommendation is to uphold staff's recommendation of award to Modus eDiscovery as the best value bidder per the evaluation criteria set forth in the RFQ. So pursuant to San Jose Muni Code, Logical has the right to appeal this decision to City Council by filing a written appeal within 10 days of receiving my response letter, which they did. They filed an appeal with the city clerk on June 21st. So this appeal is to be heard with this item today. This is what we're doing now. And I understand that Logical is on Zoom and that they have 5 minutes to speak on this appeal after my presentation if they wish to. Next slide, please. I like to end my presentation on the final slide here with staff's recommendation. Staff's recommendation is to ask City Council to accept a report on the RFQ and adopt a resolution authorizing the city attorney to negotiate and execute an agreement with Modus eDiscovery in accordance to the specific language outlined here on the slide. And that concludes my recommendation or my presentation. Logical has 5 minutes to speak now on their appeal.
Okay, I'm going to unmute both. Actually, I'm going to promote the two people from Logical. Okay, so both Sheba and Ryan are in the panelist link. I'll also share a 5-minute timer, but go ahead, you guys can start.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ryan Ballard. I'm representing Logical. Wanted to make a statement. After reviewing the results of the RFQ, it was our determination that, while the RFQ was completed within the scope that it was described, it was structured in a way that did not allow for some of the best benefits of Logical to be fully represented. As an example, there were, the project schedule, which is one of the core criteria for evaluation, is something that's almost non-existent with Logical, where the simple click of a button and dragging files to the platform launches your project. We scored the worst here in the RFQ process because we didn't have a full schedule to describe of steps, but we don't have one because it's that simple. It's the click of a button. This level of clarity was not able to be achieved until the RFQ process was actually completed. And because of that, we've been unable to submit supplemental information necessary to prove that our capabilities are better than the scores that we've received. At the end of the day, we do not want to see the Office of the City Attorney make a decision that's going to slow down their discovery processes, potentially introduce additional risk to data breach, and bring on unnecessary costs to train employees on moving to a new solution when one is in place and one that we've been under the impression that the city has been happy with the partnership on. And our simple request was that, at this time, prior to the partnership being awarded, that the additional supplemental information we provided be considered and reviewed on a phone call with the city representative, which we believe would prove that Logical is the best value vendor.
Thanks, Ryan. I also wanted to jump in with a few more comments as well. First of all, thank you so much for letting us speak today about the RFQ process and just giving this opportunity to the final protest about the RFQ for the eDiscovery software. And again, just sort of building on what Ryan had said previously, the finance department states that we didn't respond to their request in the RFQ about project approach and implementation schedule. As we did originally state in the original RFQ, Logical is a self-service platform which can be implemented from any modern web browser at any time from anywhere. A project schedule, it's not really existent with Logical just because you can start an account and start any sort of project with just a simple click of a button and by dragging files to the platform from your computer. That's all it is. Like, you don't need an implementation schedule or a project plan. It really is clicking a couple of buttons to start a project and start an overall account with Logical. The city's attorney's office, they've already been implemented and onboarded with Logical over the last 5 years. We provided this information as well during the oral interview. During the oral interview, we went into even more detail about our general new user and general new account onboarding training process. We did offer to do the exact same kind of onboarding and training that we normally do for new users for the city of San Jose, even though they are a current customer. We also provided supplemental information about this during the protest, which Jennifer did talk about while she was speaking. In reference to the cost proposal that we were just talking about, the price that we submitted for the BAFO, that's the exact same price that San Jose has been paying for the last few years. The price has never been in question about Logical. We've never received any sort of complaint. That price was negotiated with the city a few years ago without really any sort of pushback from the city. So the offer that we submitted was already something that we've talked about over the years. So we wanted to make sure to bring that to your attention today. We are concerned that if you guys do switch to a different e-discovery solution, you're going to introduce a lot of additional risk to including things like data breaches, potential errors and ongoing litigation, and also just bringing on unnecessary costs to train employees on moving solutions when there's already something successful in place. Finally, in reference to our technical capabilities, again, Logical's technical capabilities have been successful with the city attorney's office for the last few years. So we're not really sure why we score the lowest in this category out of all the vendors. We've been meeting with the city attorney's office every quarter for years at this point, where part of the meeting is to talk about what other product features do you want to see from us? And we have gotten feedback that there are a couple of product features that people would like to see and that our engineering team is currently working on building to be released by the end of this year. So it's really hard for us to believe that these minimal features are enough to rank us the lowest in this category. And again, you know, we didn't have a lot of clarity about what you guys meant by onboarding and project implementation schedule until the very end of the RFQ process. So that's why we submitted the supplemental information, just to provide better clarity on our capabilities. And again, like Ryan said, we would like to speak with you guys again about this if that's available.
Okay, back to council. All right, and there are no other public speakers.
You have Blair Beekman.
Oh, we do. Okay, thank you.
That's my fault again. Go ahead, Blair.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Thank you, Tony Taylor. I just offer good luck on how this item can be resolved. And I just wanted to remind the importance of data collection at this time and new programming that you know, the idea of civil rights and civil protections is an important concept that I think can really facilitate good lessons for all of us in the future we're going to move forward into. Good luck on how all sides can be thinking of these sorts of things and continue decision making at the time. Thank you.
Back to council.
All right, back to council. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Can staff speak to the whole issue that they raised around the schedule or not having a schedule? I didn't totally understand what the issue or distinction was.
Yes, I can provide some clarity on that, Vice Mayor. So it seems like Logical is claiming that it is, well, based on their earlier statements, that it's so they don't do project schedules at all, and so that's why they feel like they scored lower on that particular evaluation criteria. The evaluation team, when reviewing Logical's written proposal response, actually was unable to locate a response of any kind in response to that particular question. I do have a supplemental slide if you would like to see a snapshot of the written response provided by Logical, but that was the conclusion drawn by the evaluators, and therefore that is why they resulted into lower scores.
So that particular question, they were non-responsive. So if they had even responded that we just have a simple process that's not really a full-fledged schedule, they would have been more responsive than not saying anything at all?
Correct.
Would I be able to jump in from Electrical to answer that?
I have a couple more questions for staff.
Oh, sure.
Was that the determining criteria that caused them to lose the bid, or were there other factors involved?
No, actually, if we're able to pull up the PowerPoint, or Julia, should I share my screen? I can jump back to the slide where it shows the final RFQ evaluation scores. Maybe I can do that. I assume it's on the slide. So if we look at this final evaluation scores, what's really driving the lower scores for Logical is the cost proposal. They actually, after the end of the best and final offer, they were actually the highest cost vendors. So they received the least amount of points out of all of the 4 finalists.
Okay. Sheba, actually, I'll let you, you also wanted to address the issue around the schedule.
Yeah, I wanted to address both issues if that's okay.
Sure, go ahead.
Awesome, thank you. All right, so the first thing about how we didn't say anything at all about not having a project schedule or implementation plan, we don't consider that true to be based on our RFQ response. If you look at page 3 of our RFQ response, we tell you that Logical is a platform that's enabled, it's cloud-based, it's enabled anywhere at any time. Literally have access to it 24 hours a day from any sort of modern web browser. That's what our implementation is, just signing up for an account, and you have access to all of your projects. So starting on page 3 and going into about page 6, we go into really big detail about a lot of that, into a lot of those issues about the project implementation and onboarding for what it means to us. So to me, it kind of sounds like there's a little bit of a misunderstanding in terminology about what you're considering project implementation versus what we at Logical consider project implementation. So that's the first point I wanted to make. Second point to this one about how we were the highest bid in terms of the BAFO. And again, I sort of talked about this a little bit earlier about how the price that we submitted for the BAFO is exactly the same price San Jose has been paying for the last few years. And again, when we've negotiated the price with San Jose over the last few years, never really been any pushback from anyone on the team. Everyone was happy with the product and didn't, we gave the best value that we possibly could based on our pricing schedule. And it was never really an issue. We haven't had an issue with anybody at the city attorney's office about our pricing ever. So that's why it was surprising that price, especially such a small price difference, about like $9,000, was enough to, boot us out of this competition. Also as well, in the BAFO, we submitted pricing for 400 gigabytes when the original pricing called for 100 gigabytes. So you guys were increasing the request by 300%, going from 100 gigabytes to 400 gigabytes. And also in the BAFO, when we submitted it, we gave you guys 400 gigabytes of active storage. Plus, just because you guys have been customers of ours, like really good customers for the last 5 years, we also gave you guys 400 gigabytes of archive storage as well, bringing the total storage that we're giving to you, 800 gigabytes total.
Okay. Jennifer, can you unpack that for me?
Yes, there's a lot to unpack there, I guess.
We'll start from the beginning.
Okay, you might have to remind me some of the points that you would like clarification on, Vice Mayor, but to the first point made by Logical in terms of the cost points, what might have been previously agreed to in previous agreements is not relevant for this particular bid. The fact is that the contract was ending. Logical knew the city was going out to bid to see what the marketplace looked like for these services. And everybody had the same opportunity and information to bid based on the information provided by the city. And it just so happens at the very end of the procurement process, Logical's pricing model was such that they ended up being the highest bidder out of all the 4 finalists. Cost is the one criteria that is not evaluated by the evaluation team because there's nothing to evaluate. It's very objective. Essentially, the lowest cost bidder gets all of the available cost points, and every other bidder gets a percentage thereof. And so that was how Logical was awarded the cost points that they had in the final scoring criteria. And in terms of project approach, if I may, I would like to share the slide I prepared so it kind of provides maybe a little more clarity of where the evaluation team is coming from. I'm just going to do that right here.
Jennifer, would it be okay if I asked you a follow-up question about the pricing?
Yeah, do you mind if I just complete my thought here and we can do that?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. All right, I don't know if you can see this, but it's in slide mode. But essentially, this is it's a little bit small, but this is the evaluation criteria clearly stated in the RFQ document. Project approach schedule is one of them. And this is the particular form that the respondents were asked to complete to provide information on project approach. You can see here, please describe project approach and provide an estimated implementation schedule. Now, this slide here is actually a snapshot of Logical's written response for that particular form. I circled it here. You can see that it just has the question from the original form posted by the city. It doesn't actually appear to have a response. And this is what the evaluators were looking at when seeking a response for project approach and implementation schedule. Now, Logical states that this information was provided elsewhere in their proposal. That's also an area where the evaluators found that they gave lower scores to Logical for because it was difficult for them to follow their proposal. They had a number of formatting errors, and you can kind of see that here where the numbers are mislabeled. Project approach implementation is item 2, but then technical capabilities, which should be item 3 on the form, was labeled as item 2, and everything else was mislabeled as a result. So it was difficult for the evaluation team to follow the proposal submitted by Logical.
Okay, I just want to note that I've moved the appellants back to attendees, but you can still ask them questions and then I can unmute them as needed.
Thank you. So Sheba, you wanted to respond?
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to respond to both issues. So again, just going back to the issue where we got dinged for not having proper formatting, I wish that entire page had been cut and pasted into the slide, because if you guys had just scrolled down to a little bit further down on page 3, that's where we start getting into, it's a cloud-based e-discovery platform that you can access anytime from anywhere. Everything starts in a matter of seconds, just by a couple of clicks. So it's really unfortunate, in my opinion, that we got dinged because of a couple of formatting issues. It doesn't really go to the substance of the software and what everyone on the team is able to do. Oh, and Jennifer, the question I had about the cost proposal, when we were requested to submit the best and final offer, we were asked to increase our storage capacity from 100 gigabytes to 400 gigabytes. So that was reflected in the increase in pricing because there was like that huge percentage increase in terms of active data stored. Are you able to tell us if the other vendors also increased their storage capacity to be reflected in their pricing?
Sheba, I really don't want to get into a back and forth with Jennifer on what the other proposers did. Just want to hear you state your case, and then we'll make a decision. So based on what I'm hearing, Jennifer, that if we're going to summarize this, there were elements of their response that was non-responsive, and that's what cost them points in the evaluation process. Would that be an accurate summary?
Yes, Vice Mayor, I would probably tweak that a little bit. If the entire proposal was non-responsive, we wouldn't have recommended to evaluate the proposal at all. It's just that there are certain parts of their proposal where perhaps the evaluators found them a bit weak, and that's why they received the scores that they did.
Great. Thank you for that clarification. So, based on what I'm hearing and the information that's being provided, I don't see a justification to uphold the appeal. So I'm going to make a motion to accept staff's recommendation.
Second. All right, Councilmember Cohen.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I just want to ask a couple questions about process. As I understand it, this was a renewal, basically, like a renewal RFP going out for bid for a program we were already using internally. Is that correct?
Councilmember, you're looking
I guess
at
I'm
me, are
looking at you now, and
asking
you
me?
were looking at me, so I didn't say
Oh.
Nora. But you're currently using the one tool, and this would be a
Logical.
shift to a different tool.
Correct, although as I understand it, the RFP was a bit broader, looking for what might be out there, basically.
Right. And maybe getting additional functionality out of that bid as well, and not just relying on what you were using before.
Correct, and it was run through the city's purchasing department and as a standard city procurement.
Okay. And I guess my only question would be: Is there concern in your department about shifting to a different tool, about how they'll proceed with a different tool?
There is not, and I do want to thank Logical because of the appeal and the timing. There was an overlap between when our contract with them would lapse and we would be entering into a new agreement with a different provider. And Logical has agreed to provide us with the service for 3 more months. Obviously, we're paying for it, but they did agree to do that, and we appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. And then I guess a process question for Jennifer, maybe, or there's a difference in my mind. There's a difference between going out for a new product or going out for a renewal, a point at which our contract expires and we're either renewing or looking for alternatives. It sounds to me like the bidder, that Logical, had rolled over an existing price that the city was paying, didn't escalate their price. Do we have a process by which, I know price obviously is an important point, but do we have a process by which we would go back and say, hey, you're our current vendor, we're getting other bids, what can you do? Or is it just they have one shot at putting in a bid and that's the end of it? I mean, it seems to me there's a difference between or maybe there should or shouldn't be. Maybe someone can explain to me whether there should or shouldn't be a difference between going out for a new product versus a renewal.
Julia Cooper, Director of Finance, there is no difference. Each RFP process or RFQ process needs to stand on its own. And whether the existing vendor wants to bid or not, they need to stand on their own. It's kind of like doing a job interview. Even if you're interviewing for a promotion with a number of people in front of you that you know, they have to pretend that they don't know anything about you, and you have to talk about your talents and your skills. So every time we do this, it's a way for us to test the market, see what's available for the departments that they're looking for, see if the pricing is still in compliance, and it's a way to kind of refresh the opportunity for businesses to do business with the city. So each vendor needs to approach it like the city doesn't know anything about them when they respond to the RFP.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. As long as to me, the user's comfort of the product is an important element, and as long as what I'm hearing is the users are comfortable with this shift in the tool, then the process ought to be followed. So I'm okay with that. Thank you.
Okay. The motion is from the Vice Mayor. Let's vote.
Jimenez? Jimenez? Morales?
Yes.
Cohen?
Aye.
Roscoe? Davis?
Yes.
Esparza? Esparza, Arenas,
Yes.
Foley, Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo. I hear a door opening.
Jimenez,
Doors
yes.
Full-
I
Okay,
think a
Jimenez,
vote
yes.
is emerging from Councilmember Foley.
Foley,
Aye.
thank you.
Okay.
I'll go back, let me go back to Carrasco and Esparza. Okay, thank you. Motion passes.
Okay, we're going to call one item and then we're going to break for dinner. And that item, we're going to jump ahead, item 4.1, because the chief has been patiently waiting here for us. That is the amendment to Chapter 1134, Title 11 of the Muni Code relating to the regulation of cruising. I don't believe there is a presentation, is there? Okay, that's a no. So let's go to Councilmember Perales.
I also have speakers.
Councilmember Perales, I think we have some public speakers. Should we go to the public? Let's go to the public first.
Let's start with Kimberly Godino, who's here in person.
Hi, everyone. Kimberly Gudino on behalf of, thank you. Hi, everyone. Kimberly Gudino on behalf of Brown Issues and in solidarity with lowriders worldwide, here to support the repeal of this racially discriminatory ordinance that serves no purpose other than to continue the criminalization and stigmatization of brown people. Lowriding is not a crime, it's a lifestyle, and it's long overdue for the city of San Jose to recognize the change and growth that lowriders have undergone to become community servants and economic drivers. From backpack giveaways to turkey drives, or mobilizing support for mom and pop shops during a time of financial crisis. The lowrider community has done so much to drive San Jose forward, and it's important for the city to not hold them back. One step in ensuring this is to repeal the no cruising ordinance, getting rid of the stigma that did a bad job of dealing with lowriders in the past and cast a horrible spell on them now. Thank you.
Yeah, Flavio.
Well, hello, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Flavio Huizar. I actually represent the Sacramento Lowrider Commission. I'm here today to share with you and to speak to you about this ordinance. In the late 80s and going into the 90s, these ordinances came into California as a way to be able to deal with the gang problems that were happening in California. And in that process, when they created these ordinances, what they did was they threw a net out into the communities that were represented by many African-American and brown communities. And what they did was they netted a community, the lowrider community, that has been in existence for many years prior to these ordinances coming in. And what they did was they racially profiled brown communities and said every single person that is in one of these beautiful arts canvases on 4 wheels is now a gang member. And it's sad to say that this ordinance spread from Sacramento and all throughout California as Sacramento brought their no cruising ordinance in '88. But let me tell you, just a month ago, they repealed that ordinance and said, we no longer see this as an issue that is profiling our communities, but it's an issue that needs to be removed and taken off of our books. Luz Rivas has brought into the assembly member, a 176, ACR 176, and this is asking the cities and police across California to celebrate the lowriding culture across California. In Sacramento, we've been working with our city council. In San Jose right now, there is lowrider communities, car clubs, solo riders, and the community of the lowriding community is asking you to support them by removing this ordinance, and we support the removal of this ordinance, and I hope.
Ricardo Cortez.
Hi, my name is Ricardo Cortez. I'm a local artist, lifelong resident, lowrider enthusiast, and former employee with the San Jose Parks and Recreation Department for over 10 years. I was the designer that was requested by the Racial Equity Office to develop a banner signage to post at community centers, libraries, and on City Hall itself that read, "We welcome everyone," in over 20 different languages. If San Jose truly wants to live up to being inclusive and welcoming for everyone, these archaic profiling signs must come down, not only for what they represent, restricting our culture, but taking them down for what it will mean for future generations of kids to see these stains on the boulevards removed and returning the right to our amazing mobile canvases to cruise our legendary streets that cemented San Jose as the lowrider capital. Thank you.
John?
Good afternoon, Council. My name is John Ulloa. I'm a professor of history, cultural anthropology, ethnic studies, and I teach the history of lowriding class at San Francisco State University. Lowriding has been criminalized since the 1940s. And when the cruising bans happened throughout the state of California, clearly there were problems associated with lowriding, but lowriders themselves are hardworking, honest people who give back to the community, as the comadre previously stated. I would implore you and I would urge you to repeal the cruising ban, as lowriding has evolved immensely from the confines of our barrio experience to a global, worldwide phenomenon that is celebrated as artistic and an expression of cultural pride. In this meeting, I've heard words such as cultural diversity, racial diversity, equity. If you as a council and we as a community uphold those values and embrace the true meaning of diversity and equity, we will recognize that lowriding is part of not only San Jose's social and cultural fabric, but that of our state, our country, and now the globe. So I urge you strongly to reconsider this blatant act of institutionalized racism targeted at people of color, because it is outdated, it's archaic, it's obsolete, and therefore ought to be repealed. Thank you.
David? David Polanco? I'm going to move on to Blair Beekman.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for the words of the previous speakers. For me, this is a learning lesson item, and it's been really interesting for myself. Thank you. Thank you for the work of Councilperson Peralez, who has, this can be a bit of a balance in how to work out, with all the sideshow issues going on and such, that to learn to find that balance and what that can be and what it is, it's important. And so it's nice that Councilperson Peralez is leading this effort, and I really like his leadership on this. I trust what he's saying and doing with this issue. So, good luck in how we can tell the differences of these things. And what I think is more important, more than anything else, is that, for the sideshow community to understand what we're trying to do with these cruising ideas and with sideshow issues themselves, I think we're trying to be somewhat agreeable in some ways and negotiable. And for the sideshow community to understand that, what city government is working towards, and with these cruising sort of measures, that's the way we build our community future. And then it makes asks of them what, they maybe won't fully do in the future, and respect a bit more. And so good luck in our efforts, what the give and take is for ourselves with this sort of issues. And I think it's a really positive, good learning experience that's unique to San Jose. And good luck how we can continue these sort of good efforts. Thank you.
Ida Castaneda.
Hello, members of the council. My name is Aida Castañeda. I'm coming to you from San Diego, California, a really national city. We are within the county of San Diego, and we're calling in support of the repeal of the no cruising ordinance. Similar to other efforts that have gone on throughout the state, we are the city of National City is the only city in the county that has an ordinance that bans cruising. We have been working diligently to repeal our own ordinance. So we're really here in solidarity and appreciation and corazon with our friends, our brothers and sisters out in San Jose. And we encourage the city council to repeal this very antiquated law. We know that our leaders in the past have not really represented the interests of Latinos. And it is no mistake that you have laws like this that were instituted in the 1990s. Chicanos more than most understand how it felt to be criminalized and to target with Prop 187, with Prop 227, and Prop 209. So it's important that we rectify a lot of these institutional ills and remove relics of institutional racism within our community. So I hope that you continue to support this council member, Perales, who has presented this item before you. And we're here with our brothers and sisters. And muchísimas gracias. Thank you.
Robert Diaz. Robert?
Thank you, Mayor Sam Nicarno and City Council. I'm Robert Diaz from the United Lowrider Council of San Jose. Cruising is an expression of art and cultural identity. Repealing the no cruising zone ordinance is overdue. Many years have passed, and it's a perfect time as San Jose possesses a rich history, thriving culture, and amazing diversity within it. Assembly Concurrent Resolution 176, as introduced by the Assembly Member Luz Rivas, was adopted and passed the Senate yesterday. This measure would celebrate the history and culture of cruising and encourage local officials and law enforcement to work with local car clubs to conduct safe cruising events. Repealing Municipal Code 11.34 along with ACR 176 coincides perfectly. I support Council Member Raul Perales to repeal Ordinance 11.34. Thank you.
Sacramento Lowrider Commission.
Good afternoon, City Council, United Lowrider Council, and Councilmember Perales. I salute you for standing up. My name is Francine Mata. I'm the chair of the Sacramento Lowrider Commission. I also am vice chair of Vida de Oro Arts Foundation and founder of Sacramento Men's Resource Center. I started off my career in policy with the Legislative Bureau for 20 years. I'm now still in state service. I'm here to ask that you repeal the no cruising ordinance. It's an old form of prejudice and racism. There are traffic laws that already cover any traffic violations being made. I'm also asking that you do not impose any fees or permits, as this does not follow through with, repealing the No Cruising Act. Our cities and San Jose residents already pay taxes to drive our streets and our freeways. A little bit about the lowrider community. The lowrider community consists of business owners, teachers, professors, lawyers, mothers, construction workers, leaders, followers, students, multicultural community. Let me say that again. We're a multicultural community, which engage with families, youth, teens, elders. It's a form of mental health. We bring economic growth to the cities that we are. If you look at all the events that the lowrider community has throughout the year, we are the group that has been, the silent giant that doesn't ask for so many funds and whatnot, which we should be getting. But, we have community engagement. We take kids and youth and engage families and take them off the streets for 8 to 10 hours a day at the events. You can see our lowriders be seen supporting businesses.
Stephen? Stephen, you're
Hello,
unmuted.
Council. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm also a board member of the United Lowrider Council of San Jose. I'm also a local business owner within the city of San Jose, and I'm asking the city council to repeal this racially motivated ordinance. Lowriding culture is a vibrant one that enriches the city of San Jose. We regularly organize community events that uplift the city of San Jose, such as participating in toy drives, feeding the homeless. We also assist the city of San Jose with local events. The lowrider community also aids youth to stay out of trouble. We need to refocus our resources on other issues, such as the sideshows that's now evolved in the city of San Jose. I'm asking the council to please refocus our resources by repealing this ordinance. Thank you for your time.
Armando?
Hello, everybody. Hello, Council. My name is Armando Barbosa. I am also a proud participant that serves our community through the San Jose Lowrider Council. I'm an employee of VTA, and I sit on the chair for the A2 Local 265 Latino Caucus. And I am here in support of my fellow hermanas and hermanos across the board, across the state of California, that stand up and asking for the repeal and the ban on the cruising. Just one thing for myself. I think we heard all the pleas, but as for myself as a VTA operator, there's nothing more that I like, you know, for a mental health outlet is to wait for that weekend on a Sunday to get into my car, cruise up and down downtown, see some folks, take my family with me. And for me, that's an outlet. So I just want to leave that there. Raul Perales, muchas gracias, brother, for standing up. I know it's a tough job, and we're also here to support you. Thank you.
Marcus?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Marcus Bush. I serve as the Vice Mayor for the City of National City in California, just outside of San Diego, and here to stand in solidarity with the lowrider community, support Council Member, I'm gonna mispronounce it, Peralta. Sorry, I mispronounced that. And be in solidarity too with the United Lowrider Council, with San Jose, with the Lowrider Coalition in Sacramento. Everyone said it. You know, these are discriminatory laws. We know this. It is criminalizing culture. It's not just Chicano culture. It's also African American and Black culture too. And you know, we have this in the San Diego region. It's, you know, personal to me as well, being Black, being Mexican. And this is more than just about the cars. It's about the music, it's the art, it's the food, it's the people gathering together and just celebrating and family oriented. So really urge support of this. It's a safe activity, like they say, low and slow. So it is something that that families enjoy, and something that also brings an economic benefit. And I want to share with council, I just actually met with our economic development director here at the City of National City. So we had an amazingly successful event last month, the first inaugural one. And businesses up and down Highland Avenue, which is the historic real spot in the San Diego area, 20 to 30% increase in their businesses and their receipts and revenue that day for the cruising. And so urge you all to support this. Unfortunately, in National City, you know, our communities have been fighting this for a year and a half, and our council hasn't seen the value of it. I hope that changes. There's going to be up and down. It's a movement up and down the state. And also encourage you guys not to charge for these cruises either, exorbitant fees. Thank you.
David Polanco, let's try again.
Hello, this is David Polanco from United Lowrider Council. Get to here. I'm in favor of removing the cruising ordinance. I'm a lifelong San Jose resident. San Jose is one of the pillars of the lowrider culture. Regardless of the no cruising signs, the culture has thrived in many ways. We have more than 50 car clubs, not including those who choose to ride solo. It seems there is a larger amount of youth getting involved in the culture as well. The culture is not strictly Chicano. There are many nationalities that are part of the culture. We are active in the community, just like most people have already been saying with the toy drives and food drives and so on, you know, working with nonprofits, Kaiser Hospital, San Jose Public Library events, Vivek Ayers, and Roosevelt Community Center. The people driving those lowriders are homeowners, blue and white collar workers, coaches, grandfathers, leaders of the community. There's a small amount of people that occasionally cause problems. Usually they are the people that don't own a lowrider. The San Jose lowrider community shares the city's same desire to have safe streets and a lawful city. We appreciate the respect and professionalism San Jose PD has given us to this point and looking forward to building a closer relationship with them in hopes of setting a good example for our youth. I love San Jose, and I hope the city of San Jose can embrace the lowrider culture, can help it continue to grow. The San Jose lowrider community hopes to have your support in removing the cruising ordinance. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Back to council.
All right, Councilmember Perales.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the speakers that joined us today. I'm not going to rehash what I've written in my memo and then what the speakers have said. And actually, the chief presented a good history within his memo and actually laid out, I think, the argument why we should be revoking this ordinance. So I will just share our connection here in the city with the low-riding community here in the city of San Jose. It was actually the late 90s, myself, just over a decade after we had the ban put on cruising here, as a teenager with my car club, the Impala's Car Club here in San Jose, where I volunteered regularly for toy drives. And in fact, it was at the newly opened Washington Youth Center where I went there and we packed up our cars with toys that had been donated, and then we went and drove them around the community at specific houses as if we were Santa Claus, but it was a lowrider Santa Claus coming by. And there were many events like that. We participated at car shows, actually at Juvenile Hall through my car club, trying to inspire youth to a more positive direction in life. And then, you know, a number of other ways that just, I think the lowrider community has been involved in personally me over the years, but more recently, certainly something that's been embraced by our city. I was excited, and really this conversation started on the opportunity to repeal this ordinance back when at MLK Junior Library a few years ago, we hosted a history of lowriding here with our library. Our library has continued to partner, and in fact, most recently they were set to host a summer learning, at Hillview Library, and with the Lowrider Council, which you heard a number of their board members speak up today, partnering with our city. Just this past weekend, our Office of Cultural Affairs hosted a lowrider art event, a free workshop this past weekend. I know, Chief, you came out for the unveiling of the Leyendas mural, right, and posed with a number of lowriders actually from the Lowrider Council of San Jose. I think we are all pretty aware of the differences between the traditional culture of the lowriding community and then some of the maybe negative elements that it has unfortunately been associated with over the last number of decades. And they're just two very different things that unfortunately were meshed together almost 40 years ago when we put together a law that in my mind was blatantly discriminatory and racist. And when you look at the wording of what is actually being banned, and thank you, Chief, for highlighting the history here. It states cruising is the repetitive driving of any motor vehicle past a traffic control point in congested traffic at or near the traffic control point. And that's it. You could essentially in traffic in downtown, if you miss your turnoff and you get lost and you go around a couple times, you can essentially be in violation of this ordinance. It was very, very broad, and unfortunately was utilized very broadly in an attempt to stop some other things, other elements within our community, crime and gang violence, that we didn't want to see, but ultimately we're using way too broad of a brush, and in my mind, again, a blatantly discriminatory and inherently racist policy. So we've now seen cities across the state begin to look at this. And thank you to the participants from National City, their vice mayor and lowrider council up in Sacramento, where most recently, right, we have seen their mayor Steinberg led a charge to repeal their cruising ban. And hopefully we can join history today and be able to unanimously as a council understand that this is not a policy that we should embrace any longer. It's not one, quite frankly, and our police department admits to it, that they actually utilize, right? One that they're issuing citations for. But in fact, there are a number of things that we know are still very dangerous, that we have not only municipal codes, we have even better, we have California vehicle code violations for them. Things like reckless driving, speed contest, exhibition of speed, the donuts that you see, the spinning of tires, the sideshows that we know that we're all very much focused on. All of those things are still very much illegal. We absolutely want our police department to focus on those, and this doesn't stop any of that from happening. And so I thank, again, the speakers for it, and hopefully my colleagues are willing to join in a unanimous support of this. So I will make the motion to accept the repeal of the ordinance that our city attorney has drafted up.
Second.
Right, thank you. Other members of council have any questions or comments? I just had a question for the chief. First, how do you and the department view this regulation today?
Well, good afternoon, Mayor, Council, and City Manager. As Councilmember Perales had mentioned, this is a tool that has been there for years, and it's something that if we were to use, we use it in conjunction with the other laws on the books. And I understand that there's laws on the books currently that we also don't use, but it's there. And I think that the issue that we have with the amount of vehicles on the streets, as pointed out in the memo, is the difficulty of movement for both pedestrians and the vehicles. It's the gatherings. As an officer and as a captain, I personally, and even as a chief now, have seen the vehicles. And again, I understand the culture and what we're trying to do, and what the clubs are trying to do. Right, is to go up and down the street, show off the canvases that were mentioned, nice cars that they have. But we've seen that during the Cinco de Mayo or the upcoming Hot August nights, right, on Story Road, where unfortunately there's individuals in cars that take over a shopping center, right, and do loiter, they do drink. Drugs are there, and there's violence, and it does impact our community. It impacts our business. So that's in addition to all the other things that our officers respond to. So again, this is a tool that was there for us, and that's why in my memo I suggested a alternative to repeal, right? Because it does impact our community and our businesses, and we need something. A perfect example is the car show in El Viso that the Santos family puts out. They have lowriders there. So an event that is sanctioned, where there's a safety plan in place, and it keeps the community and the drivers of these vehicles safe as well. I think that's something where we can come to some type of compromise for the safety of everyone.
Thank you, Chief. I want to acknowledge my colleague, Councilmember Perales, for bringing this forward. I first do recognize and appreciate this is an important part of San Jose culture and our community. And I also do not doubt that this law could have been used and was used in prior decades in a discriminatory way. I would venture to guess that did happen because as I look at the text of the ordinance, it seems to be very broad, very general, and I would I guess, question whether or not it would even be constitutional under standard due process standard, just because, again, there's a lot of innocuous conduct that could get caught up in this ordinance. So I want to acknowledge all of that because I think that's important. I also remember, though, coming in as a council member in 2007, and we were trying to do something about tackling the challenges we had in downtown with, at the time, a lot of nightclubs where we were having shootings, we were having stabbings, and a couple of large events. I can remember St. Patrick's Day or Mardi Gras or Cinco de Mayo, but one or two of them were, it was pretty chaotic downtown. And so the club owners and the downtown association and the community and the police and everybody got together, and we decided there were a few things we needed to do to reduce the need for police engagement in ways that we knew were going to lead to a lot of conflict. That is, officers getting into kind of combat with drunken attendees at a nightclub, for example. That's what we all want to avoid. And one of the things that everybody seemed uniformly supportive of, his name was Councilmember Forrest Williams, that led this task force, was enforce the crews, because apparently there was a perception that the aggregation of a lot of cars, and this is 2007, this is 15 years ago, the aggregation of a lot of cars and a lot of congestion and so forth, made it very difficult for the police to be able to clear the area when the clubs are shutting down and they needed to get people out of the area, because they knew the more that folks hung around after 2 a.m., the more problems there would be. And so I'm just trying to sort of, I'm quite open to the concept of let's eliminate this thing, particularly if it's a vestige of discriminatory enforcement. But I want to make sure at least that our officers have some basic tools they need. And I guess, I saw the proposals that you had, Chief, and I'm just wondering if there was something more specific in the ordinance in terms of the kind of conduct that's problematic. Because obviously merely driving past a single location multiple times in congested traffic, no one would call that, I guess in the Latin they use in law school is malum prohibitum. Nobody thinks that's just innately bad. It's not. Everybody does it. And it's certainly not innately bad just because somebody's showing off their car. And so I guess I'm receptive to making this much better so it could be made much more specific, so we're not leaving it open to sort of officer discretion. Not to suggest anything about our officers today, but I think we recognize what has happened in the past. And I guess the question, Chief, is, A, do you have other tools that you can deal with very crowded situations where you got to clear an area after the big event, and maybe there's been some unrest during the event, particularly if it's a festival and people are drinking and, young people have too much and whatever it might be, and you just want to get people out of there so you don't have sort of the toxic mix of a lot of young males with alcohol in them in a place, after 2 a.m., you just need to move people home. What are the tools that you have today, and are they enough?
So thank you, Mayor. All the tools that we'll have in place are things that were mentioned earlier today. We can enforce the existing vehicle code laws, penal code laws, in addition to doing traffic diversions and things of that nature to clear an area. As we know, or as I know as well, is that is resource intensive. However, it is doable. So we can do or implement those measures to clear an area out if needed. But again, the issue is when there's violence or some type of criminal activity that is occurring, right? That we have to take out those resources and deal with the problem at hand. So we do have tools in place which we can implement. It will be resource intensive, much like the sideshows are when 200 or 300 cars show up. So, we'll do the best that we can with the resources that we have. And I think that knowing, and one of the alternatives that we laid out in the memo is to maybe determine when these events are occurring, so we are well prepared to address if there are any issues, or we are aware of those events or those number of pedestrians or vehicles in a specific area, so we can address it if needed. So I think that's why we propose an alternative to whoever is the sponsor of these type of events can contact us, and we can work with them to, again, create a safety plan so we can keep our community and businesses safe.
Thanks, Chief. Yeah, I guess I'd just say, if what you conclude is you need some other tool, and having an ordinance that's much more specific about the conduct that you want to prohibit would enable you to have that tool, I'd be very receptive. As I reread this ordinance, I think it is too broad. And obviously, any ordinance that's too broad, that captures too much behavior, is very susceptible to discriminatory application. And so, for that reason, I'm going to support this motion. But I just want to sort of invite this ongoing conversation about how do we make sure that police have the tools so that they don't need to be in situations where they're confronting large number of patrons who are coming out of a bar at 2 a.m. We're trying to minimize those kinds of conflicts. The last thing I'd say is this. Again, I'm certain, if somebody said to me, hey, there was discriminatory application of this in the 1990s, and Councilmember Perales, I think you make a strong case for that in your memorandum. Although, is that picture of you? That's quite a haircut you had then. Boy, a lot of hair since. In any event, and Councilmember Perales makes a very convincing argument of that. I just think before we pass judgment on those who came before us, it is helpful to have some amount of humility, because let's face it, we're all going to be viewed by the next generation for whatever it is we pass. And quite often, people may have intentions that are not racially discriminatory. In this case, I just looked at the memo, and I guess the motion was made by a Councilmember Alvarez, who I don't know. It was seconded by a Councilmember Williams, Iola Williams, who was, of course, first Black council member in our city. Forrest Williams, of course, who led the effort in 2007, I know did so in the downtown when this was recommended as a strategy. I know did so with a very a clear intent to simply do well by the city without any discriminatory intent. And so I just would hesitate to pass judgment on others who may be quite well intended, recognizing that even the best of intentions can result in discriminatory treatment if laws are too broad or too vague. Councilmember Jimenez?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question. I'm trying to understand, Chief. Sort of, I can understand, obviously, if we repeal this, I guess the officers will then no longer be allowed to pull over folks that they perceive to be cruising because this municipal code is no longer going to be on the books, correct?
Yes, and as Councilmember Perales pointed out, we haven't used that citation in quite a while.
Right. I mean, and I read the memo and just the discussion about the numbers that I know we have to go back and tally the paper citations and such. But I think since 2007, it's been like 200 or so citations, I think is what I recall reading. But I guess what I'm curious about is, since we're not actively utilizing, well, I don't want to say that utilizing, because I think we are in a way, and I'll share a little bit about that in a moment. But I guess since we haven't necessarily, you know, even if we go through and dig through all the numbers, we probably, as a police department, haven't been utilizing this and writing citations over the past many years. And so I guess I'm trying to understand exactly what you're going to lose if this passes. And so I'm hoping you can help me understand that.
Sure, Councilmember. As I mentioned, there's, if you ever looked at a penal code book, there's all these laws on the books, right? And this just would be another tool, but that's on the books for us to use. But as has been mentioned, we have other items that or penal codes or vehicle codes that we can refer to in lieu of this ordinance.
Okay. And I guess for me, the sun, and let me just back up a little bit. So like Councilman Peralez, I'm a little older than him, but I used to, I used to cruise as he did, but I wasn't part of a car club. And so you hear a lot of the comments from the lowrider, the folks that drive the lowriders and part of car clubs, which I very much appreciate because they're sort of the organized bunch of folks that go out there, right? But I would concede and agree that there are a host of other people that aren't part of car clubs that are not in lowriders that at times, and I say this because I was one of those kids that at times are causing trouble for a host of different things, doing a host of different things in and outside the vehicle. And so I think it's important just to acknowledge that there are things that happen while cruising is taking place, not necessarily tied to the lowriders, the people in the nice cars, but tied to folks that are sometimes in the normal cars, the Honda Civics, if you will. And so, but it seems to me that even if we repeal this, which in my mind, simply because it seems to not have been utilized all that much, to me, and this is the troubling aspect for me, is that it seems to me that just simply be there to be utilized as a pretext to stop people. And that's what I think is a little dangerous about this, and the fact that it's been utilized, because I've been sat on the curb many times over the course of my lifetime growing up in East San Jose, and so I know full well what Councilmember Peralez has described, and for no reason, never arrested, nothing like that, just simply pulled over because a vehicle was too low, or we drove by maybe a little too frequently. And so I guess I'm going to be supportive of this, but I still don't quite understand exactly what we're losing if we approve this and take this off the books, because in my mind, some of the stuff that does in fact happen out there, right? Some of the burnouts and people drinking and doing a host of things in parking lots. It seems to me that there's other tools that are already utilized to address some of those issues, and those aren't going away, and we're not shedding those simply because we're repealing this. And so I just don't see a very convincing reason not to do this. I'd be, happy to, obviously, I think only time will tell how this shakes out. But in my mind, I just don't, it seems to me that we retain all those tools that we currently utilize to address some of the sort of secondhand issues that may come from cruising at times. So that's all I wanted to say, but thank you.
Councilman Reyes.
Thank you. I was actually going to discuss the same point that Councilmember has just finished talking about, and that's to his point about not having a single citation in the last, how many of our years. It means that we never really needed this ordinance repealed, but it's rather the custom and the approach to the community that actually I think needs to get revisited. I don't think that just repealing the ordinance is going to change the interactions or isn't going to encourage people to start cruising and getting all out of control. I don't think that we should jump to those conclusions, but I do think that we need to have conversations with our community about what this means. there's always, I'm also going to share and admit that I also participated in cruising. I was never in a car club, but I enjoyed cruising every now and then down on King and Story. And it was always a lot of fun. It reminded me of some of the customs that some small towns have. Obviously, we're in cars, but when I would visit Mexico as a young kid, there was a garden. It's always a garden in front of a church as a central location of the downtown of any small town. And in this small town that my mom was born in, girls would walk on the inside of this. There would be like this whole plaza that you would walk around. Girls would go clockwise and the boys would go counterclockwise. And that was a kind of a version of cruising, if you will, using your own two legs. But it was a way for the youth of that town to connect, to get to know each other. And I think every town thinks of something slightly different. What concerns me here is that we're going to repeal this ordinance, but we are still not, or our officers are still not going to accept somebody slowing down on Story and King or slowing down on Santa Clara. And actually, for some of those folks who love to cruise, to allow for cruising to happen. And so one thing is having our ordinances on the books, but the other thing is the practicality of it and what we actually do. And so knowing that this ordinance has never been cited for any citation tells me that that what officers are doing out there is, they're using obviously other laws that we have in order to prevent folks from cruising. So how are we going to have this conversation? And Chief, I'm interested in hearing from you, because I think that this belongs under maybe the reimagining of public safety, where we have these conversations with our community and we talk about what this means. We talk about bringing back the cruising lifestyle that a lot of folks are just really enjoy. But what that means and what are those parameters? I know that you have an option of having a 6-month trial, but it doesn't make sense to me to have a trial if we don't have a conversation with our community first. How do you propose that we begin that conversation in order to actually change those interactions on the street with our community?
Thank you, Councilmember. Well, the community does reach out to us every time that there's a sideshow or there's an impacted community, right? That there's cars racing, driving recklessly, doing donuts, things of that nature. So we do get the calls, and again, we respond when we have the resources to do so. We just have, much like fireworks, right? We have to do a campaign, and we're willing to work with the council, every council office here, to educate our community on the dangers of speeding or reckless driving, things of that nature, and the consequences. So that's something that we can partner with each of the council offices to do that, to conduct that outreach.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm going to support the motion on the floor because I obviously want this repealed. I just don't know that it's going to work if we don't have the conversations with our communities in a very structured way. If we and I know that you're open to that, Chief. I think it's going to take a more general invitation to our community to let them know what is now permissible, because I think we need to show what the parameters are, what would be appropriate, because even up to to this year, I know that there's an effort every Cinco de Mayo to manage our brown youth, our brown community. I think people sometimes are afraid that when there's one too many of us on the street, that that it's going to be a riot, or it's going to be a violent altercation. And I think that this is the type of response that we're going to have is going to establish the kind of relationship we're going to begin or continue with our community. And I think we need to have these conversations with our community. Like I said, I'm very concerned that we're going to set up our brown community to fail here if we don't set them up for success. And I do like the idea of having this be a lot more organized. I don't know that people who are not of color I don't know that you necessarily understand what it means to drive while brown, while black. When I drive with my husband and he gets stopped, he's 6 feet tall, and he gets treated very differently. And I never noticed, but I thought about it when I was last year, when our protests were happening, because I didn't bring my son downtown, as he is also 6 feet. He would be looked at as an adult, and maybe treated as an adult based on his looks. And you do get treated differently. You get treated differently. And I'm just hoping that this repeal of this ordinance has a lot more meaning than just dropping it from the books. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Perales?
Yeah, just briefly, and I know we want to get to a vote here. I am aware that the council members, I was also contacted by a former council member and Supervisor Blanca Alvarado, who was part of the initial ban, aware of their intent. And again, that's why I mentioned that within my memo. I think at the same time, I appreciate you understand the law better than I do, Mayor, as a lawyer or recovering lawyer, as to why the language itself, right, is indeed, I think, not something that any of us at this point should accept. And at the same time, I know even our lowrider community is very much interested in, how do these events remain safe and crime-free when you put tens of thousands, $100,000 into your classic car? You also don't want the sideshow activity, the illegal activity, right? And I know, because they've mentioned it to me, they've been more than happy to meet up with the police department chiefs, yourself or someone within your administration, to talk about how do we move forward, right, more productively. Maybe it is a part of the reimagining process, or it's initially just starts off as a side conversation, but they're very much interested in that. Large events, I also want to ensure we differentiate the two, right? Traditional cruising, when I would, my parents would take my sister and I when we were little kids, literally just my parents taking the car, we're driving down downtown and go to East Side and go home. It wasn't like a coordinated event. It wasn't because somebody put it together. Just general cruising itself on a Sunday afternoon is not something that's maybe a major event. There are at times the Hot August nights, right? The Cinco de Mayo. And I do think that we can differentiate those two and say, hey, for some of these larger events, do we approach them differently? And I know the Lowrider Council here locally would be interested as well to say, yeah, let's make sure we're differentiating, the types of events when you're coordinating a meetup where you're promoting it for thousands of cars that come into a parking lot. And, that's different than what we're talking about today, the act of cruising that's been banned. So I think, we can have that conversation. I don't know if we'll get to it before the end of the year, but I'm happy to try and see if we can, agendize something through PISPIS, right, to have a conversation. But if not, I think that conversation absolutely can happen on its own. And I know that the Lowrider Council would be welcome to have that conversation.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember. And I just throw out for a suggestion. If the department believes this is important to have as a tool in those unique circumstances, then I'd say let's define those unique circumstances. For example, saying, when there has been violent activity on a particular block in the prior hour, then the police have the ability, or after 2 a.m., or just to be very specific. So that way you have the tool when you need it, but it's not so broad as to result in, I think, what we've heard much about. So in any event, thank you. I think it's been a good conversation. Let's vote on Councilmember Peralez's motion.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza, Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
I lied when I said this is the last thing before dinner. Jennifer Shembry's been very patient, and I think she either needs to get back to work or home, one or the other, but she's been here for several hours. Item 4.1, 3.6 rather, are the side letter agreements with several of our bargaining units, AEA, ABMEI, and CAMP, and Unit 99, which is not a bargaining unit, but they're a group of our employees, amending the City of San Jose pay plan. There's no presentation on this
I'll move
item.
approval, Mayor.
Second.
Oh, that's a good point. I got a memorandum there. Would you mind including that one there, Councilmember Peralez?
Yes.
Yes.
That's okay with Councilmember Foley. Okay, great. Let's go to the public. Is there any public on this item specifically?
No.
Item 3.6? There's no public comment. Okay. Let's vote then on this motion, Councilmember Peralez.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza, Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're going to take a break for dinner now. It's 6:30. I know we've got members of the public and others who are waiting for us. What do we think? Can we do this 6:30? 6:30? Okay. Let's all reassemble at 6:30. Thank you.